Oh, go ahead. Uh, Maybe you need to back out and come back in the game.
Well, I'm missing the subscribership is the one I'm missing, which I don't really care
Oh,
about, but it's just odd that
right.
I'm missing it, right? Legitimately, it shouldn't be gone for another week, maybe. Or maybe the loners from the FreeFly are messing it up. That's what I'm curious. Yeah. Yeah, I'm still. I was wondering when my subscription. I don't actually have like permanent subscription. I just subscribe now and again for the PTU.
Oh, you don't. It's not like every month thing with you.
Yeah, I don't do a full monthly subscription every month. Okay, well, yeah, it shouldn't end to the third, but I guess the first. They got me a couple of days early. Or it could just be a glitch. Who knows? Check my. Good evening. Just checking out checking out my ships right
Stupid
now.
commercial. I'm watching you now.
Yeah, they took away my darn sub ship a couple of days early. That's funny. Can't complain. I got plenty of extra ships already. Still. Yeah, I still got 4 guns on that thing.
Taking out the little bird.
I have a lot of fun with it.
I've seen you. I've been in your chat or your streams before, kind of on the lurking side, and watching you buzz around that little joker, give him hell.
I've had a lot of people, oh, you can't do it with that ship. Well, I do it all the time.
Yeah, but they don't know your secrets.
Not sure I'd call them a secret, but yeah, they don't know the little tips, tricks, whatever.
The tips, little pro tip. That's what you call a pro tip there, brother. Pro tip.
It looks awful small compared to the freelancer I normally fly coming up here. Guns are still there.
Welcome to Roberts Space Industries. Enjoy the ride. System check. Take off complete. Landing gear raised.
Thank you, and please visit again.
See if I have any missions yet.
Got a $10,000 one.
Yeah, hopefully I can. Hopefully it's not a hammerhead, right? That one's a little bit tough for this ship.
You see it. It's a heart deflates or deflating to drive over there, and all of a sudden see that big 5-6 gun sucker staring at you.
Yeah, Jabu killed one and his Connie. So I guess I do have a ship that'll do it, but yeah, this one's not gonna. Just not enough gunpowder on this thing.
No, I'd say an AI hammerhead is feasible for several ships in the game. I would think that a player-controlled AI or a hammerhead that had some decent gunners on it would be tough to pick up.
Oh yeah,
Like,
yeah. Player hammerheads. I mean, and that's all of the AI bounty. That's different. You know, Fusion does the player bounties, and yeah, you don't know what you're gonna. You may run into somebody that doesn't know anything, or you may run into somebody that's hell on wheels in a fighter. So
yeah,
you run the gambit.
Run into a hammerhead with a weekend warrior that's loving the feel of it, and he doesn't have a crew, or run into one that's fully crewed by some fellas that's played the game for years.
Yeah, exactly. Or even just a good fighter, a saber, or Valkyrie, or not Valkyrie, but Vanguard, or something like that. It may be maybe a FreeFly guy that doesn't even know how to use it, or it could be some pro player that's been playing for 4 or 5 years. Has upgraded components or whatever on it too. That could be.
That's the biggest. And once you upgrade it on these, even your little ship, you upgraded it quite a bit better than it is stock.
Yeah.
It's a tougher bird to knock out of the sky,
Yeah. Well. Yeah. Exactly. I've doubled the default damage power for sure. Couple more days, I'll have to steal all the components off of this thing. Hopefully they'll keep. Since I'm buying components for it, it's a loaner, so it's gonna go away some days sometime.
Right. Hell, as much as you've flown that darn thing, you might as well just buy you one.
I usually do buy, or it's on my to buy in-game list.
Yeah, you can get it standalone, can't you? Without the package?
Yeah.
Transitioning gear.
I've had a buying itch for the last daggum 2 or 3 weeks, but there ain't anything standalone even. It appeals to me right now. Because I already got enough variety, it's like, I'm thinking about, what do you think about the Cutlass at this point? I know the Cutlass was a pretty tough shit, but I watched some guys on other streams saying that they've done something to it. It ain't as tough a bird as it used to be.
I'd have to agree with that. I don't know. I didn't fly it that much early on, so but here lately, the last couple of times I've flown it, and yeah, it's. I mean, I have a 325, and that's like $30 under the Cutlass.
Mm-hmm.
And as of yet, I just that my originally I had planned on upgrading that to a Cutlass, and every time I do, I go fly the but every time I do, I go fly it in the PTU, and I seem to do just as good with the 325 as I do with the Cuddy, even though it's got bigger, more guns, better guns. So I just haven't quite gotten the urge to pull that trigger yet, because it doesn't seem a
Yeah.
whole lot better than the 325, other than it's with a turret gunner. In other words, in multi, if you have at least one more player with you, then it would be cool. But otherwise, it's I haven't seen it much better than the 325. And the 325 is the same weapon loadout as the Titan, as the Avenger Titan.
Yeah, the Titan's a pretty tough little ship.
Which is,
Yeah.
yeah, I mean, I had a Titan, then I upgraded it to the 325. Basically, it's just a, a step ladder, money wise, because it's, $20 and $30 as opposed to a $50 upgrade all at once.
Yeah. The 325 doesn't have near the storage in it, though, does it, for cargo?
No, I mean, but I already have a Freelancer, which has more than the Cuddy for cargo, so I don't really need a cargo. The cargo isn't a benefit for me. For a solo ship, if that's the only ship you have, it's the best ship in the game. The Cutlass is, because it does have enough cargo. You can actually go do some cargo and make a little money. It has got some guns, so you can do these missions with it a little easier probably than say what I'm doing now. And it by default you can hold like 11 people if you count the beds.
Yeah.
It's got 6 jump seats, a turret, pilot and co-pilot seats. So
Yeah.
that's a lot of people that you can carry in it. I mean, the 325 is a single seater. It doesn't even have a second
Yeah.
seat. Although now you can at least sit down on the bed, so you can actually seat 2 people in it. You can carry more than that. I mean, I can stand in the back, rub elbows, but
Yeah. Put her in jump, go back there and have a beverage with your pal.
yeah. But yeah, last couple of times I've tried it in the PTU, it just seemed like it was paper thin. It seemed like it was easier to kill than even my 325 was.
Yeah, that's what the vibe I was getting from a couple, 3 other streamers. It was like, man, what the hell did they do to this thing? It used to take some shots to take it out. Now it's blowing up like crazy.
And I'm doing the same. That's one of the reasons I like using AI missions, because it's the exact same opponents every time. You have a very good comparative element with the AI. If you're doing it with players, it's not a very equal comparison, because you don't know
What you're getting.
Yeah, well, even the same player, has good days and bad days, and there's too many variations when you add the human factor. AI pretty much act the same, unless they change them.
That should be interesting with this next rollout, what the AI act like, because there's several aspects of AI aspects that they're working on right now.
Well,
Changes.
yeah, and they've been doing that every patch. I mean, each patch the AI act a little different. You know, like the FPS AI right now, they just bum rush you from hell, and they used to not
Yeah.
do that. So they certainly do it now, and you know that's all good. It's once you get used to it. That's the other thing about AI that I kind of like is you get used to. Crashed out. As you get used to what they
Oh,
do, and then you can learn
oh,
how to work around them. You know.
yeah. Yeah. Now I will say this: the first-person shooter missions where they're doing their Russian. I've seen some people's uh, not how I would say taking it for granted that they was going to rush the same each time. You know, they'd go down there and do the mission more than once, and uh, and it changed on them, and they miscalculated what the hell was going on. They got their butts kicked,
Uh,
which is cool because now used to the AI would stand there and look at you and
yeah,
you shoot.
yeah.
At
Well,
least
that's
now they're
yeah. It gets to be a challenge now, but yeah, you can. You know, now I do the same thing. As soon as I shoot them, just shoot the first guy. I'll pretty much hide and wait on them to come out. Otherwise, you're liable to walk around the corner and face five of them. Well, that kind of stinked. It's a good thing that thing's cheap. Wave.
I'm sitting here looking at that. When I seen that disconnect, I thought, now that's not a good start to the night.
Yeah, and I haven't been getting many 30Ks in this patch.
No, they're all the ones I've watched. It's been running pretty smooth for you.
Always hits something. Yeah. I don't know what I'm looking at. Oh, missions. Oh, I took the wrong one. Yeah, it's kind of odd. They took away the.
Your ship has been delivered to the following landing pad.
Took away my sub ship 2 days earlier. I'm subbed through the 3rd of the month, and they took it away already.
What ship was it?
The last month's was the Connie, the Andromeda, the combat version,
Yeah.
which I never used it, so I'm not concerned. I mean, I already have an Aquila, so. Wasn't something I needed or, playing with, but it's
Right.
odd they took it away 2 days early.
Welcome to Robert Space Industries. Enjoy the ride. System check.
Ah, turned the wrong way.
I think this FreeFly, I think, got him a few extra bucks in the pot.
That's kind of the point of it, I'm guessing.
Yeah, because they usually have one in November, don't they? When they have the November sale.
I don't know if they'll have a free fly then. It seems like they would. I mean,
I
but
thought they
yeah.
did in the past. Sales they would have a FreeFly.
I know
But
they
they,
have the Ship Expo thing coming. Hopefully, I mean, somewhere after the 20th, toward the end of the month, they should have the Ship Expo, which last year was the first year they did it, and they called it an annual Ship Expo. Spaceship
yeah, and
Expo.
isn't that the one where you could fly all the ships in the game?
I won't say they had every ship in game, but yeah, they had ships by every manufacturer. I think was the ad.
That was, yeah, that was the expo. But isn't there like once or twice? I think isn't there twice a year they have like one in the beginning of the year, one at the end of the year, a free fly where people could fly every ship.
I'm not sure they still do that. I don't know. I've only had literally 1 year, so I can't really say for sure. And last year during the expo or the end of the year, it was the first year I was new, so I didn't really understand exactly what was going on half the time.
Yeah.
I got the game, well, a week from now, so I might have missed the first free fly that you're talking about.
I was thinking they did. I was thinking they had one early in the year and then one late in the year, like a spring and a fall deal.
I'm pretty sure this is the second free fly, and I think so. Yeah, I would agree that they probably will have one at the end of the year. I do believe that's correct. Or
Yeah,
the end of the month. I mean, not the end of the year, but somewhere between the end of this month
yeah,
and the end of the year.
yeah, because the one they've had this week is actually an extra one. Unless they're going to replace the one at the end of the year one with this one, which they'd be silly to in a way. But I know I watched one free fly. I can't remember if it was the first of this year or the last of next year, where you could literally fly. People that wanted to try the game could fly every ship that was flyable in the game. You could just pull them right out of the kiosk and take off in them. Boy, that was a fiasco. The first one I seen. You get some of these folks to get these big ships and try to take off in them and stuff, and it was nuts. It was funny. They got a lot of laughs out of that. I got some pretty good chuckles watching these folks when they introduced the drifting. Oh my God. You should have heard the crying and moaning and groaning. What the heck did they do to this ship? Look, it's still going. It won't turn. It's drifting like heck. Dark Law was squalling like a banshee on that. He said they did too much. There's too much drift for this ship. I'm sitting there thinking, who are you to say it's too much drift, pal? You're just a dude playing the game. Bunch of them upper end streamers in this game was really having trouble with wrapping their minds around the fact that the ship's
it is kind of like Tokyo Drift in space now. I mean,
yeah.
realistic or not, it doesn't, it doesn't promote high speed, fast combat. It actually
No.
helps me.
Yeah.
As
I
a
know Arena Commander, I'd be playing around with the Miss, and Freelancer I got. And, yeah, it it was pretty wild when after they added the drift, I'd jump in there and fly around, and I hit that wall more than I used to.
Yeah, yeah.
Darn, like you'd turn and then you'd sit there and say, "Go, baby, go!" Nope, just hit it. Mm. Has anybody ever got a handle on exactly how much memory this game likes to have to play it for it plays good for people?
Uh, I'm pretty sure they suggest at least 16.
Yeah, I
And
know what they suggest, but I was wondering if anybody was able to check to see just how much it actually used in a game.
you mean like that? Right now I'm using 5,500 megabytes. No, I'm sorry, 10,000 megabytes. The bottom one is my system RAM, which I have 16 gig.
Yeah, I see that. Yeah, that's cool information right there. That's that same program that Crazy uses, ain't it?
Yeah, it's Afterburner, MSI Afterburner.
Huh.
It's just a good on-screen. I also use it for adjusting my GPU fans.
I need to check my gigabyte software. I got a gigabyte ultra durable motherboard. I need to check to see if it's got some option like that.
Well, you can use that regardless of what hardware you have. The MSI after. See, it's actually designed for people that have a MSI GPU, but it works for anyone.
Yeah.
I mean, I have an NVIDIA GPU, but it works just fine.
Huh.
Mine's actually an Asus, made by Asus.
You got what kind of card you got in there? Is it 1070?
Yeah,
That's what I was thinking. I remember you saying.
yeah, it's same as what you had. It says. And it's all right now. I do have my fear that by the time it goes live, I may have to upgrade some, either that or lower settings or something. But
Right. Are you sitting on high in your options, graphic card
yeah,
options?
it just defaults to high, so that's what I run.
Yeah.
I'm not one of these that has to have 60 FPS or whatever. As long as it's nice and smooth, I don't care. This
Right.
game actually feels smoother. Some places like at Lorville when it first came out, I was getting under 20 FPS at some point. When they first released it, they've done a lot of optimization since then, and I'm over 30
Oh yeah.
FPS in
Yeah.
Lorville now. But even under 20,
Back,
it was smoother than a lot of games that at 20 or 30 FPS was.
There was a lot of people running cards like 1080s in Lowerville only get 10, 15, 20 FPS, and they were
Well,
saying, "What the hell is going on?"
yeah, that's exactly true. A lot of people have problems. They buy, high-end hardware, and this game, it's only going to do so much. Hardware isn't the limiter for right now. It's the servers.
Especially if you don't put together right. You could have like a 1080 graphics card. If you've got a bottleneck somewhere in your RAM or CPU, that card ain't gonna do you a whole lot of good.
Yeah, that's true. You need a good balanced system. And I have to admit, for my specs, I usually do get better performance than most people do with the same specs. I keep a pretty clean PC. I don't. It's really just used for gaming, so I don't have a bunch of extra crap installed or anything.
Right.
I kind of like, who was it was telling me they had, I was reading it in Reddit, this guy had bought, the joysticks, and, he installed the software that came. That's the first thing I never do is install the software that comes with hardware. I don't even, I got a cheap HOTUS, but, and it comes with software that you can program special buttoning and all that, but I've never even installed it. If Windows sees it and installs it, then I use those drivers. I don't want to, I don't want to have to run a software program, just to use my joysticks.
Yeah, that's what I did with my T10 16,000
Yeah,
and my throttle. I didn't load nothing up. I didn't put that target stuff on there. That's the software that Thrustmaster used.
yeah, it's
I
just something else to run in the background and eat up a little bit of resource, and more than that, it's something else to get a conflict with some other driver.
My brother got me onto this habit. That's like when NVIDIA comes out and they got new drivers. I never download their new stuff. I wait until Microsoft certifies it. When you go to Microsoft data driver update in your device manager, and you click update, and it takes it. I don't care what new software driver NVIDIA comes out with. I will not install it from their site. Always install it from device manager.
Well, I do install theirs, but I'm not one of these. You don't need to install a new driver for your GPU every month. They update it every month, and unless it's a game-specific update, you don't need to do that every month. I do keep mine pretty up to date because, Windows. I don't trust Windows to do it. And the reason I say that is, as a matter of fact, I just reinstalled Windows 4 months ago, and the NVIDIA driver that they installed was like a year and a half old, and that's when my GPU came out. And I'm like, wait a minute, as a matter of fact, it was the exact same driver that came in the CD with my GPU that's now 2 years old. And so, I'm not real, Windows doesn't really care about certifying third-party drivers. They want you to use theirs, but in the case of add-on hardware, you're best to go with whatever that hardware is.
Well, that's interesting because
but you don't
my
have
1070 Windows has updated my 1070 3 times since I've owned.
So what driver do you have in it?
It's a Windows driver. Whatever they updated it to, it went out on the internet and updated it off the internet. Did it 3 times since I've had the card, and I've had the card probably 3 years now.
There's the current driver number right there. You can find this from Task Manager,
Yeah.
and then click Performance and GPU, and there's that's actually I just upgraded not long ago. Driver date, it'll tell you the
Yeah, it
date of the
says
driver, date and
your
everything.
driver update is at 10/16. It was October 16th, 2019.
Right. But I just like for other people. I mean, if I'm consulting, I'll tell them if it's 6 months to a year or older, update it. But otherwise, unless you're having a specific issue with a specific game, don't do it. I mean, that's the first thing they'll tell you is update your drivers. If you're having any issue. So it is good to update them if you're having some kind of issue. But if it works, don't worry about it. Unless it's like a year plus old. If you look at that date and it's from 2016, you might want to go ahead and update it. And unfortunately, that's exactly what Windows might do. They're not real. They're not big. It's not that they don't want to do it. It's just that they don't want to spend the time and money and effort to validate them and everything. It doesn't do them any good, so they don't really. Well, that one didn't work, but I've had that happen first mission, so maybe the next one will work. Yeah, I mean, and drivers rarely do much, as far as updating them, but games change, and the drivers change to do it. Like I said, if you start having issues, then you might look at your driver and see if that's an issue. But
Driver on mine was put out in 5/9/2018.
So yeah, you're right at the point where I would, I would probably suggest you do it, but that would be usually because if I'm consulting, they're having some kind of issue to start with, and it's I have no training in computers or anything, so the way I fix things is process of elimination.
Yeah, that's the way I've had to do it sometimes. There was a time when I was when I started playing games on the IBM PS2 with my daughters and stuff. I got interested in computers, and at one point I learned how to fix them. Probably about 50% of the issues. Now, mostly hardware related. And I kind of had a little deal going where, friends and family or acquaintances of friends and family had a problem and they wanted me to work on it for cheap and fix their stuff.
But yeah, you can see what I'm saying. Windows
Mm-hmm.
that driver's 6-7 months old, no, longer than that.
Longer than that, it's a year old.
A year plus old.
5/9 of 2018.
Yeah, a year plus old. So yeah, you probably should update that driver. It's possible you'll get a little bit of performance upgrade if you upgrade the driver on that. I mean, not that it'll be a noticeable improvement, but you might get a little better performance.
Yeah, if I start getting the game, start running full blown in the game instead of pilling around like I have been all.
It's not
Having any
necessary.
issues
Yeah,
also, yeah.
it's not necessary. I mean, the driver you had was made for your car, and it'll work fine so long as the software you're running doesn't have any issues with it. It's not a big deal. So, you can use that driver for 10 years, and it won't be a problem unless some software is using some kind of tech that that driver doesn't support. And that's where you get into a problem. This game uses a lot of high-end tech, so you might see some odd shadows or something that could be a driver issue, but it's also an alpha game. I get them even with new drivers every now and again, so that doesn't really. So yeah, I'd have to say you'd probably be better off to go ahead and upgrade them because, like I say, Windows they kind of got lazy with that here lately. They used to keep them real updated, but now that they used to be their own drivers for graphics, right? Now everybody's going to third-party graphics cards. And, as a matter of fact, they even a lot of your newer computers don't even have built-in graphics. You literally have to have a third-party graphics card installed, or you can't use it. They even quit doing that, or not quit, but they're moving away from even building in the integrated graphics, which I kind of like. I mean, the integrated graphics are great for office PCs and things like that. If you just want to browse the web or whatever, they're great. But I build gaming machines, and it's extra resource that I don't, like my PC, I can take my graphics card out and still use it, but who cares? I mean, why would I? It wouldn't play any of the games I have installed, Well, it might play some of the old ones, I guess.
That card, motherboard of mine comes with Intel built-in graphics, Intel card.
Well, that's in your CPU, not the motherboard. That's actually part of the processor. The integrated graphics are.
Also, that's not like a section on the board itself. It's dedicated to graphics.
It's dedicated to the processor, right? If you replace the processor, you'll have a different integrated graphics system.
Huh.
There's nothing on the motherboard that does that, other than unless you have an add-on card, a third-party graphics card. Yeah, that's 100% with the CPU, and that's why they're taking them out. Because I mean,
I was getting ready to say, yeah, that would be silly to.
Most people nowadays are using third-party add-on graphics, and the exact same processor with no graphics actually has better performance. They can get better performance out of the same exact setup without adding if they don't add those the integrated graphics.
So when did you buy your 7700K?
I bought the base computer right at 2 years ago. So, yeah, either the 10th or 11th month 2 years ago, I bought the base computer, so the CPU, RAM, and everything. Then it was 3-4 months later before I bought the graphics cards.
No, I was asking about your CPU, your 7700K.
I bought it in I'd say eight or nine of 2017.
So what you're saying is the original CPU. I'm assuming because of their Intel CPUs that they're going to come up. Uh, they're going to pretty much use Intel graphics, but it may be a little bit better Intel graphics, integrated graphics than it was, let's say, a CPU 2 years ago.
Yeah, the new ones are a little better. They do shared memory with your RAM. Now, well, mine does too, but mine has very limited usability like that. But yeah, exactly. The newer CPUs will have better integrated graphics. If you don't have any graphics card like a 1070 or whatever.
Right.
But you know what happens is even they now the exact same CPU that I have is actually slightly faster without the integrated graphics.
Right.
Or would be. I don't know if they even make that. They don't make that exact model without it. Then a lot of their newer ones you can buy now don't have any integrated graphics built in at all.
Are you talking about like the 870s, 87 series, or higher, or
pretty
is
much,
there new 77?
pretty much all of them. You can buy them with the graphics or without the graphics. And if you look at the specs, the ones without the graphics are a little bit better. They get a little bit more power out of the ones without the graphics. Without the integrated.
You run the water cooler on your K?
I do, yeah.
I got a Cooler Master fan cooler on my 7700 that I can put on there.
Do you have the regular? So you have the regular 7700?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. That's perfectly fine. And I actually, when I bought it, I didn't have the cooler. That came 3-4 months later too, and it runs fine with that cooler. You just can't overclock them. They don't actually sell it with a cooler because it's designed to be overclocked. And if you overclock them, you can't. Connie, this is gonna take a minute. But yeah, you just can't overclock them because they get hotter. I mean, that's if you put more power to them, they're gonna get hotter. And so yeah, that's why I have a water cooler. Now, actually, that's kind of a myth. I said that incorrectly. Water coolers don't necessarily make it run any cooler. They just make it run at a more constant temperature. Yeah, more constant. They can make it run a little cooler, but I mean the main advantage is it's much more constant. Takes a little longer in this thing than it does in the Connie.
Oh, yeah.
This one's all right. If you got those other ships, you can see my radar down there behind me. If they're real close and they're hitting you, this one you can get messed up real easy. Come on. He's a circling in like crazy, ain't he?
Yes, he is.
only getting one at a time, but I guess that's alright.
Better
Name,
than none. That was
name
nice.
changed right there. Somebody must have taken that one. How are we looking? 86. Forget what that last. 92K for that last component, the coolers.
$92K.
92,000 credits.
Oh.
Yeah, the Endo coolers are 46,000 a piece, so it's 92,000.
Oh, you're looking at something that you were shooting for.
Yeah, just a cheat sheet I made.
Yeah.
I've got websites that do them, but I list them for like just my ships. It's a lot easier to find them on a little text with just my ships than it is the web pages with 1,000 choices. Why do I not have any coffee? I'm gonna go grab some coffee. I'll be right back. All right, back. Yeah, I really ought to try my flight stick and pedals again now that it seems like they quit messing with the throttle controls and stuff. What did I have? So I can actually go buy those coolers for this thing. I just wanted to upgrade this because you can overclock your guns and they shoot faster. But I tried it and they just overheat. You got to burst shoot them and everything. So I was going to put some coolers on it and try it again. Maybe it won't overheat as badly if I have the best coolers on it. Better coolers.
Went grab me a brewski and take a wee wee while you was gone.
Nice.
Doo-be-doo-be-doo. Sound like somebody watching TV.
Yeah, my wife.
Is she? She
Yeah,
feeling any better?
a little bit. She's not as sickly looking as she was when she got home this morning. She
That's,
went to work. And they sent her home. She works in a health facility, so
yeah, you don't want to be sick there.
yeah, they're not real fond. If you look like you got a flu symptoms, they're pretty adamant about it. At least they started popping in. Kind of figured out the first one or two may not work, but if you keep, so long as you're getting them, you just keep going, they'll start working.
Yeah, as long as you got the choice. Hell, that couple of nights there, you didn't even have the choice. It wasn't even popping up.
Well, there wasn't any there, yeah, I know. That was just some of the server or something, I don't know. Yeah, I got a little flustered there one day. I was like, damn it. Right after the patch, it's kind of a thing to at least get a little bit going so you can get basic gear. Boy, I was having trouble that one night.
Oh yeah, I was watching you. I was watching. Well, actually, I was watching the Crazy. But him and you was together, and you guys was bouncing around server to server like gangbusters trying
Yeah,
to find something that worked.
trying to make them work, yeah. I'm not sure that helped or hurt, but it didn't really work well, I know that.
No, the results kept it. You sit there and say, "No, I ain't getting nothing."
Yeah, it didn't seem to help much, but at least it felt like we were doing something. Trying. I got one gun that's already sitting a little bit out of whack. This thing. Yeah, these engines overheat real easy. Hoping. Let's see what we got. 94. Oh, boy, I'm gonna be a broke citizen here in a minute.
Are those guns on there? Are they laser energy weapons or ballistic?
They're ballistic Gatling guns, so they're
Yeah.
real fast ballistics.
So but they do have an X amount of ammo. I mean, you got to refill the ammo.
Yes, they sure do, as a matter of fact. Yeah, right now I have like 5. They have a good chunk of ammo, though. That ammo? Yeah. Yeah, here's your ammo count right here. So yeah, these happen to have a good chunk of ammo. The bigger the guns, I think, the less ammo you have. So
Yeah, they do. I know I've seen some guys complain about some of the bigger, not bad, sawbucks, which are mass drivers. They're ballistic. They have like, I'm guessing there's the guys that are using 2s or 3s. I'm not sure which, but they was complaining because you only get like 600 rounds with.
Yeah, there's a couple of them that are crazy low. I know if I fly my 325, I'm not gonna swear what sizes I was using. I think I was using ungimbaled, and it was the Revenants. The one big gun on the front kept running out of ammo. I'd still have plenty for the side guns, but if you only have 3 guns, you need them all.
Oh yeah, that's what I was thinking.
Once one
You're gonna
runs out of
outfit
ammo,
your
you're
gear.
done. You got to go rearm, or you're pissing in the
Uh,
wind, so to speak.
yeah, because that takes away a third or more. A third, depending on the size of the gun. You know how much damage it does. It takes away at least a third of your firepower when it goes down.
Yeah, it was over a third. That was the biggest of the 3 guns. So a size
Right.
bigger than the other 2. So yeah, it was a little over a third, like you say. That's a lot. Because that's what I tell people with this one. It's only got 2 guns. Well, it has 4 mounts. That's the first thing. Do that. I don't care if you, just put 2 fixed guns in there or whatever, but you got to have 4 guns if you expect to do much with this starter ship. I'm not sure why they even give it to you with only 2. That just kind of blows me away.
The one thing I think they should do for like these ships that have a turret, not so much the freelancer, because they really put that turret in the back in a stupid spot, where that when you're at the back looking towards the front and that daggum chunk of metal's in your way.
Yeah, it's useless for anything other than deterring people from getting right behind you.
Yeah.
And even then, it's
But
not
outside
very
of that,
big. So.
most of the other turrets, I would like to see them have a gimbal effect when you're in that seat, without a helper, without a co-pilot or a gunner.
Slave them. That's what they call it.
Yeah, where you could slave them to your gimbals, and they would move the same distance as the gimbals would, and you can put all that firepower on there yourself.
Yeah, well, they've already talked about that. They're going to have computer blades or some computer component that you can put in ships, and that's also how they were talking about that. Whether that's how they go with it or not, who knows? But they were also talking about that's how you could add auto turrets. In other words, even the freelancer, I'll eventually, hopefully, I'll be able to put in a component and then auto turret that turret, and it'll shoot at people behind me without a player. Now it won't be
cool.
real great,
Yeah, but that'd still be cool. I mean,
yeah. And then they also went on to even mention that some of them would be slavable to the pilot guns, meaning that like if he had the turrets on a Connie slaved, it would actually fire at your pip just like your main guns do.
Right.
So yeah, that would be cool. When but who knows how long before we'll get that stuff. It's not exactly a priority. They won't be. I mean, they're adamant that it won't be as good as a decent player or anything. That they're a last choice for people to to solo kind of.
Yeah, but if you
ships.
stop and think about that statement, if they put them, set them up where, let's say, they're 50% of as effective as a good shooting player, there ain't that many good shooting turret players out there.
It's still better than
I think you're going to still have
73% of
a
the people.
plus.
Yeah. I'm not really good in the turret. I mean, I can hit them enough to sometimes do some good, do some help, but yeah, those turrets are hard to use, really. And you get a couple of little tricks that you can. I mean, at one point, I was adjusting my mouse acceleration and just in game, right? But I had a bunch of settings I'd change in game, or a couple of settings I'd change to help it. And you could get pretty good with it. Then they put it in the turret. Now some turrets actually have an adjustment for your mouse speed right
Yeah.
there.
Yeah, you can increase or decrease the sensitivity.
Yeah, it needs it because you need to be able to swing that turret around pretty fast. There's a couple other little tricks, learning to use that gimbal mode and things like that help a little bit. But yeah, I can guess that like the blade or the AI turrets will be about like say the AI is now, and they're not real great. They'll hit you if you sit still. But even a a hammerhead AI, you can move around and stay out of the turrets to some extent just by moving around. And not completely,
Yeah.
but
I'll be honest with you. If they go that route and mimic what the AI do in their turrets in the game, I wouldn't even fool with upgrading that.
I would. I mean, it saves somebody. It'll stop somebody from being able to come up behind me and just sit still and pound me. I mean,
Well, that's true.
at least it makes them, maneuver
Move
around a little
around.
bit. Why is the freelancer still out? Why do I have an icon for a freelancer that should have despawned? Huh. People, a couple of red targets, eh? I'd have sworn that thing should have just despawned when I spawned this. That's why the pads are full sometimes, I bet, right there. That's definitely my freelancer. And it should have despawned when I spawned this one.
Yes, it should have. I think they should have brought back that store, but like if you see a situation like this, you can go in there and store that damn thing and force it to disappear.
I like the store button, yeah. There's quite a few times that I could use it.
Please proceed to assigned landing bay.
Landing gear loaded. Landing complete. Weapons system
Landing
use
complete.
off.
Have a pleasant stay.
I wonder what people will be thinking that's coming out there. What the hell's going on with this guy? That thing's been sitting there for half an hour or better.
Yeah, I'm gonna go get rid of it. Yeah, that's weird that it's still there.
So it's kind of like maybe the server you got may not be quite 100% up to snuff.
Yeah, that's wild that it's still there. Go unlock it, maybe somebody will steal it.
Yeah, now that would be a good deal. Somebody have a good little little bit of fun with it. If somebody else steals that and they ram somebody, does that count against them or you? Because it's your shit.
I'm not really sure, to be honest.
I think it counts against the owner right now. I'm not sure. I'm trying to think. It was a ways back. They may have changed that in this patch. I know it was in 3.7. I was watching somebody streaming and they did that, and that the guy even said it. He said, "Watch this." He said, "I'll take this and ram that dude, and I won't get no crime stat for it, but the owner will." I thought, "You dirty dog."
Oh goodness, I was hoping the door would stay open.
Run, bunny, run.
Gotta watch it blow up, right?
Yeah. Excuse me.
It's debris. At least I didn't get hit by any.
Boom. That thing blows up pretty nice. I mean, the chunks it blows up into look pretty cool.
Be faster if I just did the same to myself, but I'm not in a hurry.
No, you get a lot more visual depth of vision when you're doing it this way. More like, Jesus, man, that didn't look that far, but look how far it is.
Yeah, what a good way. But I say, I'd be a lot faster if I just suicided, but what the heck.
I've jumped in the game a few times and just went EVA and just looked the damn station over. It's pretty neat how they got it all set up, though. They did a good job on that.
Yeah, too bad it's gonna go away soon.
Yep.
Gonna
I
miss
figured
it.
something was going on the other night. It's been a little while back, but a few weeks, I guess, or so. I got in there and I actually got in there before I actually seen it on stream, and that voice crap was going on. I think it was this patch first came out, and you're in there in the middle where you retrieve or get your ships on the screen there, and you're hearing all that extra voice crap in that coming out of that center area.
Yeah.
I said, that sounds alien to me. Something's going to happen in this area.
Well, actually, that is the current rumor, because there's a lot of new sounds. Those are new sounds. Those warnings and stuff here in PO, and I saw some streamer was talking about it was somewhere else too, but I don't know where. And everybody is trying to figure out what it might mean, which is kind of fun. But yeah, I mean, I'm patient enough. I don't care. I'll see it when it happens.
Yeah, that's what I say. We're on the same page here, pal.
Yeah, it's great. It's great to try and guess, but it's kind of pointless, really.
Unless, now think about this option. let's say you sit there long enough to because Elite Dangerous did this. Uh, they had a setup where they let you know that there was something going on in the system, and they give you a couple of clues. Now that hasn't happened here, granted, but this was like there was something in the news about something going on, and people start digging around in the universe, just literally hundreds of thousands of players trying to figure it out. And some guys got tuned in on what was going on, and they had to do some investigation on their own. And some of them was, kind of mediocre with it, and some of them was very technical. I mean, there was this one guy.
Well, I thought about
he
doing it with this one, recording all of those and then running it through a couple of audio filters, see if you
that's
could.
that's what I was getting at.
Yeah,
Right
yeah,
now, he was technical with it. He
yeah.
got technical with it and ran it through some audio filters and come up with something. And I don't know if he was the first one that did it. I think he was, but he was a streamer for Elite Dangerous. I mean, he streamed it, but he got onto something. And he started following a pattern, and it did. I mean, it led him to a bunch of stuff.
That's,
But I was thinking that when I first heard that, I thought, I wonder if they're trying to put something in there where, let's say, I don't know you. I mean, they could go any way they want with it, but what if there's an embedded message that you can figure out if you do it right, and it leads you to a prize of some sort.
yeah. Well, the current rumor is that it's just hints about what's going to happen to Port Ollie specifically. I mean, everybody, they've listened to them, and like you now. I haven't done it, but I'd be surprised if you can't actually get a text version of what they're saying. Somebody's isolated the voices enough to at least tell what the actual message is. And right now, the predominant theory is that Port Olisar will be attacked by Vandal or something and get destroyed. Because we know it's sooner or later gonna disappear. We just don't know when. And I have a feeling it's gonna be after 3.8, because that's when. Well, no, I guess I don't. Is New Babbage Crusader? I'd have to even look at that. See, I'm not that good with the lore, so I don't know a lot about the stuff a lot of the older players know, by hand.
Right.
But I know Microtech's coming, the other planet. And then I'm thinking, I guess New Babbage would be
There's
landing.
supposed to be a cloud city on the Crusader coming.
Right, eventually. That's when I figured they'd get rid of Port Olisar, right? Whenever they did the Crusader planet and the landing and the city there, the outpost or city there. But they might be doing it when they put Microtech in. Because at that point, they'll have 3 major places that people can spawn in. They really don't need Port Olisar anymore.
unless they're like Kirsten, you got to go through a 100,000 kilometer atmosphere before you can quantum jump, and everybody complains about that.
Yeah, yeah. Well, even if they are, it doesn't mean they can't do it. It just means people are gripe. Kind of like the drifting. I mean, people may gripe, but if it happens, it happens. Yeah, I can't believe it's still there, though. I mean, normally when you spawn another ship, your old one despawns.
Yeah, there's some kind of desync going on, it sounds like. Some kind of server issue.
It's good to know I got time to get out of the thing. I've never actually...
If it works right, you do. I seen one guy try what you did, and
return your ship to storage.
He had trouble getting out of the seat. He finally did, and
Initiating ship storage
when he
procedure.
opened the back door,
For your
he just
safety,
didn't
please
make it out the
vacate the
back
area.
door and
Thank you for
blew
your
up on him and took
cooperation.
him out. He
Well,
said, "God dang it."
normally when I blow it up, I just sit there. Normally I'm halfway across the galaxy and don't want to have to swim home. And I'm doing it like if the guns are borked or something, I'll just blow the ship up, respawn at Port Ollie, and reclaim the ship. That fixes
Ship
it.
storage procedure. For your safety, please vacate the area. Thank you for your cooperation.
So you leave my... Well, that guy's got some issue.
Yes, he does.
Leave my freelancer out there for a week. Gonna despawn my poor little bitty ship in a matter of minutes. Hoping to get in here and claim it in time before it despawns, really.
Attention, people are standing. A great injustice.
Nope.
You gotta love the computer world.
Your ship has been delivered to the following landing pad.
Alright, got a minute, so let's go ahead and go buy the coolers. I like to do a fresh respawn when I add things and before I leave the game. I've yet had any ships bork out, but I know several people, including Reason, that has. No real... I mean, I won't swear that this makes a difference, but...
Hey, if it seems like it's working, keep doing it. That's
I don't know exactly what part of what I do is different, but I do things a little different than some people, and I don't seem to have any problems. So yeah, I'm gonna continue with the same
Yep.
thing I normally do. And it's okay, good. It's all freshly cleaned. So I'm going to add my new components. And then the other step that I always do that's probably not necessary. Coolers, yeah. Where are they? There they are. Yep, that's it. That's now completely upgraded. And then the other thing I do is I always log out and back in after I upgrade components. At one point I was pretty certain, I don't know if it still does it, but at one point I was pretty certain it saves the state of the ship.
That's what I'm thinking. It's a very good possibility because of logging out, you got the
Right.
state changed.
It
You log
saves
out,
the ship
there's a
state.
save file
Right.
there.
And the reason I said that is before, at one point, if you upgraded your weapons and then went out and it blew up, when you reclaimed it, those add-on components wouldn't be there. You'd have to re-add them. You'd have to put them back in the ship. But once you log out and log back in, then when you reclaim, this was right after they added the component persistence. The add-on components would still be there. So I log out whenever I upgrade stuff just to lock them. Hopefully, I say I'm not gonna swear it works, but like we were saying, works for me whether it's
Exactly.
correct or not.
And in all honesty, it's extremely possible because you're creating a save file doing that.
Yeah,
Whereas if you do it the other way, yeah, you put them on there, but there's no save file to go back to.
until you log out. So yeah, then it
Right.
goes back to the last save before you equip those components, and
Exactly.
you know that'll screw you. And I think that's also kind of like some people lose not only the component, but the actual hard point disappears too. And I think it's because of that save file getting confused.
Yeah, I can see that 100%.
So that's kind of what I do. Now I can actually try the, and I don't know why, but see, like there's nothing under that Aurora. For some reason, there it is. There's my Aquila. For some reason, the very last ship always, not always, but you almost always have to scroll. There it disappeared, and I don't know why. That's just weird to me. Why I don't know. But see, now that I logged out and in, I don't have to worry about it blowing up and coming back without those components. Or it seems like it to me that it works better. Now I can try it with the overclock. See how it, if it see if it overheats as easy. And I almost, let's see, I think it was 02.
It'd be cool if you could, yeah, like you beef this thing up the way you have. If you could put a name on the side of your ship, like Devil Minnow. People say, "What do you mean, Devil Minnow? What the hell's that?" Yeah, stand out there in front of me and take me on. I'll show you. The Devil Minnow.
There's a couple of people that are good enough to actually, win fights in them. I'm real good against AI, but like I say, players are iffy, and I just don't go up against players enough to really.
Enjoy the ride. System check.
They're the real guys. I play a game. I'm not a real PvPer. I got to hand it to the PvPers. They're really good at even Fusion. He experiences a lot more difference, from kill to kill as to what they do. Every guy he goes after, PvP wise, like, player bounties, every one is completely different than the last one, and he has to adjust his play style
Yeah,
to
some,
get it.
but there's a big majority of them using the same pattern with each flight change. With each
Yeah, I
update
guess
in the
that's
flight
true.
model,
I guess that's true.
they use the same pattern. There's some of them that'll change. He had one the other night, pretty squirrely. That's the first time I've seen anybody fly like that in this flight model. It was actually, uh, for the most part, what I've seen, no matter what the flight model is, very few players utilize anything other than the jousting or the circle strafe.
Yeah, well, that's about the two different ways. You can either circle strafe, which is what I do, or you can joust. Jousting.
And a lot of that's dependent on the other party. But the hell's all that beeping going on? Uh-oh. Are you there, Ryder?
Yeah, I am. Sorry about that. I closed off my mic there.
I was wondering. My headset was going ba-doop, 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 ba-doop. I said, what the hell's all that beeping going on?
Oh, I don't know what the
It
baby.
gives you little tones whenever somebody else does something, like come in and out of a chat or whatever.
Yeah, well, that wasn't me. I had my mic muted there for a minute.
But there was a bunch of new unreads. Oh, that's why it was beeping. That was from that other channel.
Yeah, I was gonna say it may be a notification from other channels. I got most of my other channels. Actually, I think I have all my notifications turned off. I think I'll even flash a desktop screen on your Windows screen when you're not even in a game.
Now, I have turned all them off for the
Yeah.
game.
Yeah, I have my mouse headset or my mic and headset has a button on it just to disable the mic. I use that in case I'm coughing or snorting or whatever. Nobody wants to hear that.
Oh, yeah, I got one of them. I need to use a little more often because I had a
Yeah,
couple.
it's terrible. I need a big flashing red light over my desk whenever I get it turned off because I forget to turn it back on.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was a Twitter post. I forget who it was. You're not a pro streamer unless you talk for 15 minutes with your mic muted. Or no, he said you're not a good streamer if you do. And I said, well, in that case, I must be a pro streamer because I think I've done it for 45 minutes. And I do it at least once, once or twice a day. Push to talk's the other thing. A lot of times, right now, I have it on just voice activated Discord itself. But if I've got a lot of people, in my stream, and I'll put push to talk on my Discord so I can talk to my stream separate. So I'm not talking over people in the Discord, if they're having a convo or whatever. And yeah, a lot of times I'll say things I gotta say them twice because I'll say it and then oh shoot, push to talk. I'll have to repeat myself. I do that a lot too. I need to put those extra virtual drivers in, like Fusion has, so I can separate Discord entirely. But most of the time, I mean, like now, I don't mind the stream hearing us chat. It's not like we're saying anything untoward or anything.
No. And usually when I'm talking, I'm not one of those that, to be honest, some years back, I decided, for whatever reason, to try and curtail my cussing because I used to cuss like a sailor.
Well, as a construction worker, I had the same issue, and but like my stream, I don't have it like, mature only or anything, but an occasional, oh shit or whatever in game is, my 10-year-old grandchild's heard worse than that. So I don't worry about a common everyday, occasional, but some people you got to watch. I mean,
Yeah, I mean, it was, I mean,
we had,
like I said, it was bad.
Yeah, we've had like friends come over and, a young kid or something that's with them, and, it's like every third word out of his mouth was
or more,
and it wasn't necessarily the words as much as the inference or reference, the way he was using it, and that was more, I mean, saying the word damn or some other cuss word isn't necessarily a bad thing unless you're using it in a vulgar manner, and that's what he continued doing. I finally had to, ask him to quit using that term. Whatever.
Right.
I'm usually not that particular.
Well, I mean, as you grow up in whatever age you're in, you're going to adopt the habits that that the general public, society, I'd say as a whole, you're going to adopt a lot of the habits that
Exactly.
that they already have.
Right now, it's the Simpson generation.
Yeah. But you know, I have an uncanny habit from time to time in my life, but just for some reason, I'll sit there and think it'll hit me. It's like, just need to look at this. How's this action you've been doing for all this time? And it's like, I think I'm going to change it. I'm tired of that path, that action. And sometime back, I sit there and thought that about cussing. It's like constant, like you said, every third or second word out of your mouth is that. And it's like, that's ridiculous.
Well, and worse than that, they use it to make to put a emphasis on a point. But if you use it too much, it becomes like the boy that cried wolf. People just ignore it anyway. So, you're not emphasizing any specific point. You're just emphasizing everything you say, so people aren't going to listen.
All right.
I still don't have any. Okay.
Wouldn't that be the hex? Put all that new stuff on there and you don't get permissions. That'd be a pain in the butt.
Well, I could actually do my test without that to see how long it runs. See if it overheats here. Oh wait, it's power I gotta go to. Yeah, now they're like super fast. That works. Yeah, I can deal with that. Heck yeah. They would have overheated twice before. Heck
Guarantee
yeah.
it.
That's what it needed. Some upgraded parts. That's cool. That way I only have to hold one mouse button. I've always wondered, that zoom right there, seems like that might be a little bit of a... might make it easier to combat. You might see better.
Well, I can tell you for a fact, I've seen one guy do it, and I've only seen this one guy do it. The unfortunate part about it is, he's a griefer on his string. I mean, that's it, cut and dry. All he's out there for is grief people. He's not out there to play the game in any way, shape, or form other than grief them. But he uses it a lot. And I can tell you for a fact that if a target is at distance, it depends on your piloting abilities. I think it can help.
You would think so.
I know it helps him, but
yeah, you would
he
think
is
it
a pretty
does.
good pilot.
And it might make it harder to use it PO. I'm gonna go over there. It's the first player bounty I've ever looked at. Other than with this could turn out bad.
It's not going to be bad. It's either going to be success or respawn.
Well, I probably, first time I've tried for a player bounty, I probably shouldn't be doing it in Aurora. But what the hell?
Well, I don't know. That little minnow right there's got some pretty good fins on it.
Power guppy.
The other night I was texting crazy. I sit there and said, telling him that was last night, earlier last night when I was talking to him. I said, yeah, I was watching the rider earlier. I said he was in his little engine that could. He cracked up.
I got your bounty, buddy. Come on out here. He's not. Where is he? Yeah, he's there too. Somebody must have killed him without his bounty. He's talking in chat there. Tilde. I can't read it.
Yeah, kind of. That red color kind of makes the letters blend together a little bit.
Yeah, I'm not sure I like that color, to be honest. Where's Views? And he'd be proud of me.
I'd say he's either maybe one or two things, different three things, maybe options there. Well, maybe four options. Let's say possibly he ain't feeling too hot. Or maybe there's a TV show he's watching. Or maybe somebody's come over to visit that was unexpected. Or my thinking is he's trying to smooth over his better half.
Yeah, he did make some late night purchases. Might be
Just
doing.
before we got off, and I couldn't hear the conversation, but I could tell. I could hear little blurps in the background. He said, "Hang on a second." And then I heard, I could tell he was conversing with her, and I knew it was a female. But outside of that, I couldn't tell. But anyway, he said, "Well, I'm right." I said, "I know. You don't have to tell me." He just got raped over the coals. He said, "Yeah, she's not happy."
Yeah, he might be doing some honeydews to make up for stuff.
That's possible. That's what I'm kind of thinking. Yeah, the little makeup time.
It's Friday though. I may have some family stuff.
Could be that. Yep, that's what I mentioned. And maybe not feeling too hot.
He might have told me at one time that they usually go eat on Fridays. I don't remember.
The way he talked last night, he was intending on getting on like around 8 o'clock. And like I said, he was on earlier around 7:30, and then he got off. So, it's possible that maybe that's kind of late eating though for supper, or is that kind of normal for folks in that area?
No, it's
Alabama
pretty late.
South,
Yeah,
down
it's pretty
south.
late for anybody. But getting ready for Red Dead. That's gonna be hunt bounties. Actually, I was kind of impressed. They have trader, bounty, and bounty hunter and collector. You can do 3 different careers or whatever. So that's cool. You're not locked into one. You can do all 3 through the course of the game. But
All right.
not sure how good like the AI animals are, but that's something I used to do, is just, hunting sims and things like that. So I could see me running around and hunting deer and bear for money. That would be cool.
In Red Dead 1, the animals were pretty realistic. Because I did a lot of hunting for deer and like coyotes or foxes or whatever. You see them on the road, you whip that repeater out, boom, or your handgun, whatever one you wanted to use. Go skin them, sell it. I used to pound the heck out of that. And I actually think the graphics and/or the animation, the second one, I think is better.
Oh yeah, it's gonna be better.
Water drive is now on.
Aurora's sitting there, but it's green. Contract with John. I guess that guy left. The other guy, is he here? I guess he's not here. Where'd he go? I don't even see him. I don't have any of them. That's gotta be a, yeah. I don't see any red people here now. I swear that target showed him right here. Or is it not showing him? Oh, okay. On yellow. Oh, what the hell? Dude, he ran into me.
Yes, he did.
Somebody did.
He looked at you and he said, "I'm just going to hammer this dude right now."
I don't know. Probably an accident, because I don't see anybody. I don't even see anybody near me right now. There ain't.
You know what surprises me about a lot of folks when they get this game? Especially streamers. Now, if I was going to be a streamer, I'm the type of guy that before I streamed the game, I would at least get the basics down.
Yeah. Watch other
And,
streamers or something and
yeah,
figure it out.
and you know, practice a little, just a little bit. I mean, I wouldn't have to be super proficient, but practice some, get the basics down, get a feel for the game, blah blah blah, the environment and all that. And boy, I'm telling you what, these jokers that jump into this game that haven't played it a lick before,
Bottom drive
they
is now
struggle
on.
like crazy. Chat, what do I do? What do I do? What? You said this? That ain't right. What? You're trolling me.
Radar contact.
Heck yeah, they're going to troll you, Doug. You're the one that gave them the
Bottom
opportunity.
drive is now off.
There's some of them guys get steered pretty hard the wrong direction by their chat whenever they're playing.
Yeah.
Funny to watch.
He's an award, and I don't want to mess with that guy. How come I'm not even showing him on my scanner? Oh, that was a rock. I narrowly missed that one.
Yeah, you got to watch out for them rocks in this game. Ooh, they sneak up on you.
Now that
But they don't
guy's,
sneak up on you as bad as them caterpillars out of nowhere.
did that guy leave or did I lose that bounty? No? He's no longer there. Huh. Now he's back over here. I'm going in circles. Oh, now he's selling. Okay. Now that's cool. Maybe I'll get him.
Bottom drive is now on. Bottom drive is now on.
He's probably there trying to clear his crime stats.
Bottom drive
I'll probably
is
get
now
there
on.
about the time it goes away. Yeah, he's at the post.
Bottom drive is now off.
Yeah, back to AI.
Yeah, I may have to be. I think there was an AI bounty. Another Avenger. Yeah, there goes to green. Still has a... I just think it'd be funny as hell get a bounty in an Aurora. I could rub that in for forever on him. Alright, let's see if we can find any real bounties here. Yeah.
No, it's getting to be slim pickings.
I got one. I'm surprised that one hasn't gone away. Unless his buddy, somebody else is flying it.
Yeah, that wouldn't do you no good if it was just this ship, would it?
Uh-uh. Sure wouldn't. But it's still showing the bounty, which is odd. I
Oh,
don't
you mean
know.
in your Moby glass?
Yeah,
Contacts?
yeah,
Yeah, that is odd. That should
yeah.
have cleared out.
It's still showing the bounty, so I don't know what that's about. I don't have enough fuel to go all the way there. This thing doesn't hold as much fuel as my freelancer.
Quantum drive is now on.
You know what's probably going on with Fusion?
What's that?
He's yes ma'am, no ma'am until she goes to bed.
Radar contact. Quantum drive is now on.
Yes, babe. No, babe. Whatever you say, babe. Yep. I'll be right there, babe. Yep. Okay, babe. I'll get it for you. Ah, dang. She went to bed good.
Could be. I'm pretty sure his wife's fairly understanding. My wife's real understanding. She doesn't mind me playing, even though I play way too
Landing
much.
gear deployed.
Well, when I was married, that's kind of my ex used to do that. I used to do a lot of hunting and fishing. And, of course, you know, I'd always bring home
Please proceed to assigned landing bay.
meat, you know. It's like there was some good eating there too. Save money on buying beef and all in deer season. But she was pretty good about that.
Landing complete. Have a pleasant stay.
Really do need to do a couple of missions. I'm about out of money.
Well, how much you got? You got 20,000 or so, don't you?
3,072 AUEC now.
3. Ooh,
Yeah,
baby.
I just bought those big coolers.
Yeah, we're going to have to book some cash here, pal. Taboo's online. You might hook him up, and you guys do some damn duo cargo runs for you.
Where am I getting fuel here? Yeah, he's. I saw him online, but wrong buttons. Still the wrong buttons. I don't know. Am I not getting it? Must not gonna fuel me that last bit.
Landing gear raised.
Thank you, and please visit again.
Ba-doop. Ba-doop.
Alright, where's my bounty at?
Ba-doop.
Oh,
Jabu.
Hey, how you been doing?
Jabu, how are you today, Jabu?
Quantum drive
Real well,
is
how are
now
you?
on.
It is another great day of life, my friend.
Good to hear.
You need to turn your mic up a little bit there, buddy.
How's it sound now?
Oh, excellent.
Yeah, that's better. I was wondering, I just ramped you up, and now I'm ramping you back down.
All right.
Good evening. Fusion would have been proud of me. I took a couple of player bounties, but didn't actually work out.
Did you ever catch them?
Nah. The only
They
one I chased, this guy is still there, but he was at the at SPK, and I mean I sit there and watched his ship turn from red to green at SPK. I was like, yeah, well, I guess I'll go back to the player bounties. That's when I realized I only have 3,000 credits. But I did, I put some coolers on this little Aurora and overclocked these guns. And I tried it once before, but they just overheated too quick. So I was like, man, I don't care for that. I'd rather hold the button down. And but with the upgraded cooler and power plant and everything, yeah, now you can overclock them and just go to town. I wonder if I could overclock those shields as well. I may run out of power if I do all that. Yeah, that would.
What have you been up to, Jabu?
I think I'm gonna work on my Mustang. Earlier today, I was trying to run cargo. Didn't do too bad.
What you gonna do to the Mustang? You got a Delta, Alpha, or Beta?
I don't remember which one is the one that comes with the package. Is that?
That's an Alpha, I think.
Alpha.
An MR or an Alpha, one of the two.
Yeah.
It used to be an Alpha, now it's an MR. Depends on when you bought it, I think. Yours may be an Alpha if you bought it a while ago.
It's an Alpha.
Yeah, I think you.
And then we get the Aurora with it
as a loaner, right?
As a loaner, so that way you can experiment with cargo. Deliveries. Because deliveries, I mean, when you're a starter, deliveries is a really good starting.
I agree. It's a good place to at least get a foothold.
Right. Get a little money coming in.
I seen Crazy on earlier, but he got off. He ain't been on since 7:30.
Yeah, I wished I'd have known you got the loaner before I did, because I originally bought the Aurora, because I did enough research to know you couldn't do the box missions in the Mustang, and so I got the Aurora, and I used that right up until I was ready to upgrade, and I was going to the Titan, and then I realized that the Aurora only gave you $30 credit trade-in. And the Mustang gave you 35. So I just melted my package, bought the Mustang. I mean, for the same price, right? I didn't lose any money, but I gained $5 in trade-up value. Yeah, I was surprised when I loaded, because, of course, after I melted it, you got to wait 24 hours or whatever. So I go in game, and I'm like, wow, now I asked around and realized it's a loaner, and well, damn it. I've been playing for a month with only one ship when I could have had two.
Yeah.
So yeah, I'm not sure. We'll see if those guns overheat or if I lose power. I got the shields and the guns overclocked now. But I tried it. I didn't have a target, but I tried it, and yeah, You can hold down the button with the overclock guns and they don't overheat. You can go to town with those Indo coolers on this thing. If it'll hold with those shields overclock, this might be a good little surprise vehicle, you know, one of these sleepers, you know.
That wouldn't just be the little engine that could. That'd be the midget that made madness.
Yeah. That's a good name for it. Midget Madness.
Midget madness.
I wish they'd let me name all my ships. My freelancer would be the Jolly Roger.
Yeah, you could name that thing maybe the Devil Bug.
Well, that's actually something I might have to put on my bucket list. complete a player bounty in an Aurora.
Yeah.
You know, it's bad enough you go criminal and get killed by a bounty hunter, but it's got to be more shameful if they're in an Aurora.
And then have a signature approach. Get in the chat. You sit there and say, "Bounty, you're about to be hit by the Devil Bug or the Midget Madness," or whatever. And just don't say which bounty. Just say, "Bounty, you're about to be burned by the Midget Madness."
Let's see how it goes here. I say this isn't a tell for an actual player, but I can tell against what I've been doing if this makes it any easier or faster or any of that.
Or potential, anyway.
Yeah. I can compare it to what I've just been doing, right? I've done 2 or 3 on this server even. So we'll see how it goes.
What are you upgrading on your Mustang, Jabu?
I think I'm gonna right now just put on 2 sledgehammers on the size 2s and a couple attritions, size 1 attritions on.
That's could be a potentially nasty combination.
Yeah, I'm trying to get something that can do some piercing, so you can take down ships such as at least Connie, something a little bit bigger than the Mustang.
Ah, come on! I take down Connies and cats in this thing.
You take down caterpillars?
Oh yeah.
In an Aurora?
Oh yeah.
All right. Well, then there's more hope than I thought.
Yeah, I can take down anything but a hammerhead in AI bounties. I mean, I'm talking about AI, not players, right? But yeah.
I took down a hammerhead with a Connie.
Yeah, you told me that. I was like, wow, that's cool. I wasn't even aware that they'd do it, but yeah, that's pretty cool. That's one of the things that is on my to do, bucket list, to do list, whatever in this game is I want to take down a hammerhead solo. So I guess I'm gonna have to start using my Connie, or run back and get it if I run into a hammerhead.
Well, I got my missiles working on the Connie, and then that helped a lot. I mean, that's a lot of missiles. I used 25 missiles.
Jeez. I don't even know I have the same. You have the Andromeda?
Yeah. Yeah, that's true.
And just curious, are you a sub this month or last month?
Was last month.
Okay, did you have an extra Andromeda, or you didn't get one because you already had it?
Yeah, I had an extra.
Did they already take it away?
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, at least it's consistent, ain't that right, Ryder?
Well, I guess it goes by the month rather than the actual day, because I had to look mine up. It was I didn't subscribe to like the 3rd is when the date they have it. I thought it was the 5th, but they have me written down for the 3rd, and I'm like, well, that means I should have got the loaner till Monday. But it went away. I don't care. I mean, I didn't use it. I've got the Andromeda, but I don't, or the Aquila. I don't know if the Aquila has the same amount of missiles, though. Honestly, I know the Andromeda's got a ton of them. I haven't flown the Connie enough to, but that's because it's not really, it in itself is a loaner, so you just not as much incentive to mess with it.
Radar contact.
I'm getting a lot of contacts out here. Sure hope the mission isn't messed up. I had one the day before yesterday. I got there, and as soon as I got in the area, there were already like 4 AI. And then my mission popped, which, is 3 more AI, so I had 5 enemies there and 2 helpers, if you want to call them that. That was a whole bunch of AI right there. I was like, wow, it's actually kind of epic looking with,
Everybody passed up dinner to come after you on that one, didn't they?
Yeah, well, there were 2 blue guys, and they were shooting at the bad guys, and then I was shooting at one particular bad guy. Of course, he was right in the middle, naturally. If I had been in this, I may not have survived. As a freelancer, it takes a lot of punishment. Let's see how this one does. Since I overclocked the shields, maybe it'll be pretty good. And it's got the upgraded shields, so it's now fully upgraded. So it's as good as this little MR is going to get. Other than whatever guns. These are actually the ones I'd choose for it, so.
Radar contact.
This one shouldn't take long.
Enemy down.
Yeah, took out that Cutlass pretty quick.
Yeah, it did.
Yeah, I'd go after a player bounty and a Cutlass in this. I'd feel comfortable. I don't think I got hit, so I couldn't tell, but.
No, he didn't hit you with anything. None of your shields.
He didn't have a chance.
No, he didn't. He didn't have a chance to react.
Okay, I got both my missions again. That's cool. 8 and 10K. Yeah, I take Connie's cats. And that's with just the guns upgraded. I mean, that's before I upgrade all of them with it. The cats, the big secret with the caterpillars is they don't show any damage on the shields at all. They never show any shield drop. You just keep going, and if you got anything that'll bleed through the shields, like these ballistics do, it'll eventually show a little red, and then it'll blow up. But the shields never go down. That gave me a little bit of money, enough to make a claim or two. That's the only thing I spend money on is ship claims. Well, fuel and stuff, but that's nominal.
Yeah, that's pretty cheap right now.
I end up my expedite fees are what I spend more money on than anything.
In your opinion, what would you think would be a fair price for fuel in this game? Let's say a finished game.
Okay, well that makes a difference because right now, heck, it's fine. I mean,
Yeah.
traditionally the things you don't want to restrict is movement and ammo. You know, you want people to be able to get to the missions or the game, and you want them to be able to do something when they get there. That's so usually games try to keep fuels and or ammos pretty reasonable. But this being a little bit more of a
Realistic.
reality for immersion kind of thing. Yeah, fuel
With a real economy.
Yeah, fuel should have a bit of a cost to it, I would think. A bit more than they have now, for instance. But,
Oh yeah.
I personally don't hope it doesn't get to be too much because, like I say, you don't want to get, especially new players that are going to have a hard time making credits. You don't want them to be stuck and not be able to go anywhere. Not have any credits.
Right. No, just one day I was watching some dudes fill up little streams, and I thought it was one UEC, and I thought, I wonder if this thing gets back towards the end where it's about ready to release. What the devs feel like is a fair UEC price. You get a ship like, well, even at one UEC, how much daggum fuel would a Starfarer or Kraken or any of them jokers take?
Yeah, well, that's where already it gets expensive. I mean, like that 890, that's thousands to fuel it up.
Yeah.
So it's hard for me to say. I don't have any real big ships. All of mine are smaller ships. Well, the Connie, but I don't fly it. The Freelancer is the biggest one I fly. It's not very expensive.
That's the biggest I got is Freelancer.
I know what I would try with an 890. I'd love to experiment with it. I'd love to see how many Auroras I could get in there and have them do deliveries in a sector and then jump on board my ship and I take them to the other side.
Well, yeah, and when that would be really cool if when we get more planetary systems, because
Well, that's true, yeah.
Your big deliveries are probably going to be across planetary systems, right? So,
Right. That'd be neat to make deliveries with small ships inside of a big ship or something.
Yeah, it would be. Here's a Connie. I'll at least take a couple of hits on this guy because he's got turrets. I guess the Cutlass does too. This thing likes to twist when you spin around. It doesn't spin around this way. Okay, we're overheating here. Not sure I like the way it overheats so much. We'll see if the guns do it too. Nope.
How big are the guns on that turret on the Hurricane?
I have no idea on the Hurricane.
I think they're 3 or 4.
I don't see many people that use it, to be honest. Heck, I heard of it. The first time I heard of it, I was like, what is that? I've never even seen one in game. Apparently they're around.
Yeah, I've watched a couple of them. People play it. Its maneuverability is a little bit.
Weapons overheating.
Not so much right now.
Yeah, it's not bad. They're not overheating too bad. I need to undo the. Yeah. Maybe undo my shields. Yeah, see, I don't like that. Seems like every time you're almost getting to blow up, you gotta let up.
You start getting hot.
Yeah, I gotta undo those shields. See, I know I can blow them up without any of that overheat, overclock, so it kind of aggravates me when I gotta stop firing. I feel like that's when he's gonna blow up, right, as soon as I quit firing. Probably not the case, but that's what it seems like. Come on, pop. Just too much to have the shields and the guns overclocked.
What it appears like.
Overheats. Yeah, just too much to have the shields and the guns. You can overclock one or the other in this poor little ship.
A little too much mustard on the bread.
Yeah, that was a Connie with my little bumblebee.
Ooh. Midget madness.
Yeah.
Wake up, boys and girls. Here comes the midget madness. They'll be telling kids stories in the future in the Star Citizen world about that ship. Let me tell you about the ship of the little midget madness. What it could do.
Gee, Mommy, tell me again.
This will be a better test now that I got those two, because yeah, I probably should have tried the shields overclocking. I do have the best shields on it, so shouldn't need to overclock them. Ammo, 5K. These little things, what are the yellow jackets? They carry a bunch of ammo. For this, I don't know about it.
Scooby-Dooby-Doo.
What'd you say you were upgrading your Cutlass?
Mustang.
Oh, the
Gonna do a
Mustang.
little work on it.
So it's basically the same as this one, unless you have the Delta, which you said it was in out. Yeah, it's got the exact same loadout or mount points as this one.
Scooby-Dooby-Doo.
But you don't have the, unless you steal them off the Aurora Loaner, you won't have the gimbal assist.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yep, that's what I did. I ripped them off there.
Good. Yeah, with this smaller guns, you need all the hits you can get.
It's pretty cool to wing up with my daughter in 2 Mustangs. It looks cool.
I would like to see that sometime. You need to stream that sometime and just make me the only spectator. And I'll get in there and chat with me and you and that little girl, and we'll have us a heck of a time.
I'll see if I end up getting a bigger computer coming up here, and then I'll probably stream it.
What are you trying to do? It all on one system? Is that what you're trying to do?
No, I can stream off this computer, but her computer is laggy.
Right.
So it's a little wonky right now for her. I'm gonna upgrade and let her have this one. This one's pretty good.
Right.
This is a hybrid though, not a SSD. I could eventually get it an SSD. We'll just see how much she's really into it, though,
Well, no, there's a point to that. Very good point. Because sometimes they show a lot of enthusiasm and then it dies away. Back in the PS2 days, IBM PS2 machines, me and my youngest used to play Doom on the very first Doom game. And I thought, this is not going to last long. I was wrong on that. And she wanted to play that thing at least 2 or 3 times a week for a couple, 3 years before it finally slowed down. That was because the computers increased and the game didn't. There's better stuff out there.
Yeah, she. I'm not gonna knock it though. I mean, she loves doing art. Excuse me. She loves doing artwork,
Has she got any decent programs like Paint.net or maybe even a 3D modeling type program? I'm gonna tell you something, brother. Artwork in the computer world is an extremely viable profession. Extremely.
The texturing on this planet alone is a big deal. The texture for the plants and all that.
Yes. Yes, it is.
I know quite a few people make, I don't know what they make, but they make some kind of money just doing emotes and screens.
That's what I was getting ready to say.
For Twitch.
My oldest daughter for years used to go up to a fall festival up here and do caricature paintings or sketches, character sketches. You know how you do it's called caricature. It's where you kind of exaggerate the facial features of people.
Really?
And, yeah, and people would come up and she would exaggerate them a little bit there and a little booth.
Oh, yeah, I love those. Yeah.
Yeah. And she would kind of exaggerate their little faces and stuff and put a little body stuff in this for them. And hell, they was getting $5-10 a piece for some of them, depending on how, detailed they wanted it.
Yeah.
But like Ryder said, there's a big demand right now for folks that can do emotes. I mean, a bunch of people I've seen streaming said, I said, we're waiting on emotes. Now, granted, sometime in the next 5 years, somebody might be able to figure out a quick way of doing it.
I mean, the going rate for an emote now is like $10-15. That's for one emote. And usually you need like 3 at a time.
Yeah, and if you want to be more elaborate on the emote, you can even get more money out of it.
Oh, I'm
if you want to
sure,
make it fancier.
if you're good, you probably get more of it. I did mine just like out in Paint, Cincy Windows program, and they're no great shakes. They came out all right. I kind of like them, but they're nothing fancy. You can tell
Well,
I
that's
didn't.
what I
You can
did.
tell I didn't pay anybody to do it.
Yeah, that's
But
what I did with my icon in Star Citizen, that bear. I took a black and white sketch, brought it into paint and overlaid it with a brown color, and then put it up there as an icon. It was all free stuff. But some people are. Well, have you guys seen that last Star Citizen live?
yeah, I watched the first of it as it was live, but I ended up crashing out, taking
Yeah,
a
that's the same way with me. I watched maybe 30 minutes of it, but because they was doing more talking than there was that girl showing, But there are a few times she did a little sketching in there with a pen, a computer pen. And I'm not kidding you. That when my oldest daughter is extremely talented as an artist. One time when she was 9 years old, she sketched out on a computer a picture of a koala bear in a tree, and you could barely tell that it wasn't computer generated. That's how good she did. And I tried for the longest time to steer towards that type of art, computer generated art, or trying to get in the field where you'd work for somebody and draw things up with them for them on the computer, because it has a very high lucrative. Now there may be a big turnover, you never know with businesses, but still it is a high potential for income. And but she wanted to be a teacher, so I said that's good enough. It's your call. So she ended up being a teacher for a few years, and they got married. And her husband makes more money by himself than what two of her could make as a teacher. So, but she still draws. She drew a picture. There's a little creek on the farm they bought, and it's got a waterfall about 5 foot tall. She drew a picture of that and sent her house. And man, that thing looks good. Jeez. But what I'm saying is, anybody with that kind of talent could go in the computer industry and dang near call the shots. Is what they want to make. Either from $10 emotes up to uh, double, triple figures a year, drawing stuff on computers. Well, I say triple, but I don't know about that. But they could get in the high 80s and 90,000 using the right bunch, right company, doing a good job, making money. Make me money.
I'll make sure I'm not telling a fib here. I don't have any. Yeah, I don't have any now. Sorry, I'm one of those. I can multitask as long as it doesn't require me to type.
Yeah, that's all right. I was watching you type.
Yeah, if I'm typing, that's what I have to. I got to stop everything else. I'm not a real good typist. I mean, I'm not a two-finger kind of thing, but yeah, I'm not a typist. I have to look at the keyboard, unfortunately.
I used to not. I do somewhat now. Back in high school, I took a year of typing classes, which actually turned out to be a good thing because my job there towards the end of my work at LG&E, I had to do quite a bit of typing when I was there. About the last 8 years I worked there, I filled in for the supervisor whenever he was on vacation and stuff or had time off. Being in the office like that, it was kind of nice to take a break, and be in the office, but I wouldn't do that for a living. But yeah, you had to do quite a bit of typing in his job. I had to get there. Back in, I was working out. I worked out for about 15 years. While I worked there, they had a gym at the facility. And I'd go in like at 5 o'clock in the morning. I'd get up and hit work about 5:45, work out till about 6:30 or so, take a shower, and get on the station there at his job, and take me about an hour to assign the work to everybody for that day, and then do all the office stuff after while everybody was out in the field.
I've had 2 in a row. Yes.
Yes, it is.
You crash, Ryder?
No, just had two missions in a row and nobody showed up.
Jobs are starting to ding out on him.
I had a couple of.
Does that the Alpha have any storage on it, Jabu, or not?
I think I can put cargo on it, but I can't put any deliveries on it.
That's weird.
Yeah, like 2 SCU or something like that.
Has four SCU.
Oh, okay. So it's one more. I knew it was a little different than the MR, the starter Aurora. It was one more or less. I went the wrong way.
So what's the MR got?
3.
Really? I thought it would. Doesn't one of the MRs have?
One of them.
More?
I forget which one, but yeah, one of them has 6.
Cool.
That's the C. That's the C version.
Yeah, the cargo version. Yeah, the CL. I think it's the CL. That's correct.
Yeah,
one of them
CL.
I know has 6 SCU.
Yeah, it's got an underbelly cargo box.
Well, they're all supposed to get that eventually, but right now, the one cargo one has a 6, and the others have 2 or 3.
Is it even in game? Do you know if the CL with the cargo box? I'm thinking the cargo box isn't on any of them.
No, right. They don't have. They have a big area that looks like it ought to go there, but yeah, there's
right.
no actual cargo there yet. In fact, I'm pretty sure I can. Yeah. See,
as soon as I
you can even see the spot there that they would go.
Yeah. When I bought the MR package back in 13, I upgraded it to the LN. Or no, it was whatever package they give you, I upgraded it to the military package.
Okay, that's the LN, the Legionnaire. It's the only one.
Yeah.
It has the same guns as the Delta Mustang, which is the combat Mustang.
Right.
Or same gun mounts. This one has 4 size 1 mounts. Every Mustang and Aurora has 4 size 1 mounts except for the combat version, which has 2 2s and 2 1s. Got 2 size 1s and 2 size 2 mounts.
Yeah. So actually, with that little technique you use, yours is more powerful than the combat mount.
Well, yeah, but I could do the same thing with the combat version, only have 2 better guns. In other words, that's what I'm saying. The mounts are what you're limited by, not the actual default loadout, right? You're right. This one right now is stronger than any default Aurora or Mustang. But that's because they all only come with 2 guns out of the 4. So, you know, but yeah, I could do the same thing to the LN. I guess it's a LN or LR is the Legionnaire, the Combat Aurora. Except for instead of having 4 size 1s, I'd have 2 size 1s and 2 size 2s. But actually I can't, because here's the kicker. If you go gimbal on any gun but size 1s, you lose a size. So if I went all gimbal on the combat version, I'd still end up with the exact same thing I have here. I'd end up
Except they would be gimbaled, and they would be a little more.
Well, these are gimbal. That's why I steal them, because they're the size 1s that come on this by default are gimbal. They have a gimbal mount, a size 1 gimbal mount. But that gimbal mount is not yet purchasable in game.
Okay.
And it's the only gimbal mount that you don't lose a size. So yeah, actually that kind of makes the combat version
That's kind of weird how they set that up.
unnecessary. I'm not sure why or how they did it. I mean, I guess people were complaining that these size 1 ships needed some help, and I kind of agree with that. I mean, I can use fixed. It would take a lot longer. I mean, I could, you know. In fact, anything except for this ship up to the Freelancer, I'll use fixed on. Like the Hornets and everything, I don't. You know, a lot of people will go gimbals on those, but I don't. I just go all fixed. Because it gives you better damage, but you're going to hit less. So, you know, it's flip of a coin for me. It's actually pretty good practice for me, because you really got to hit that dot. You know, this thing you can be pretty sloppy. All you got to do is get close, and the gimbals will make up the difference. But you really got to hit that dot with the fixed weapons.
Yeah, I think they need to make that dot a little bigger, or the areas where you need to get it into a little bit bigger on the fix.
But yeah, that overclocking the weapons on this thing are pretty cool if you can upgrade it. That actually, but it was like I did some math on these, and yeah, I can buy the ES in game, and it's 124 and some change, 125,000 credits. But to upgrade it to the point that I'm sitting at in this one is 200 and something credits. So you actually have more in components than you do in the ship.
Right.
And you can't sell the old ones. We need an eBay in this game.
You know, I was wondering about that. There's no mechanic in the game to sell extra weapons and stuff that you have that you don't use anymore if you, like, say, upgrade?
No, but that will be coming, what, in 3.9 or something with salvage. I mean, that's the primary concept of the salvage mechanic.
I was wondering about that.
Because, you know, theoretically, when we get to the point of salvage mechanic, you'll be able to go, you know, if you kill somebody or take down a ship, say as a pirate or whatever, you'll be able to go steal components off of it and go sell it. That's kind of one of the things. Wow, well that guy's definitely red now.
He is.
Radar contact.
Empty seat. Let me help. Oh wait, there's somebody else. What's he? Nine Tails.
Oh, that's the 9-tail. There'll be 3 or 4 of them there.
I think they're shooting at. I bet that poor Titan got in a fight and lost. There's nobody in the suit.
Well, the 9-tails attack anybody.
That's not who this guy was attacking. Is that?
Check fire.
Check fire. I guess that's not a enemy. I was looking over here at the enemy, I guess. He looks red to me. Yeah, that's red.
Check fire.
I didn't get any crime stats, so yeah, that was a red guy. Clean up the neighborhood.
Yeah.
Get rid of the trash.
Get rid of the trash.
Not a red target on screen, darn it. That guy's too far away. Why can I not? Oh, they're inside the armistice. You can't target them in there. Yeah, that's pretty cool. I can pretty much take any bounties in it, especially with that overclocking. That does pretty good. But yeah, when I tried it that first time before I upgraded anything, it was just, you couldn't hold the button down for a couple of seconds, it'd overheat.
Yeah, they definitely help them cool.
Oh, even just when I overclocked the shields, that made them overheat. I guess just wasn't enough power to go around. I had it one day. I upgraded I stole some shields off of a prospector, or was it shields or coolers? Coolers off a prospector and put them on my freelancer, and then I put something else on there upgrade, and I hadn't upgraded the power plant, and I literally got stuck. It wouldn't quantum travel.
Please proceed to assign
It would
landing.
overheat the moment you started quantum traveling.
Landing gear deployed.
It took me a little bit to figure out how to get that out of there, but yeah, that was kind of strange. So yeah, there's definitely a power balance thing that you got to worry about.
Landing complete.
If you're gonna do any overclocking, you want that power plant first. That worked. Supposedly you want to do these one at a time. The notes mentioned something about it. This is the one that always bugs out, though.
Hydrogen fuel is at 100%. Altitude fuel is at 100%. Altitude fuel.
And there's the bug. It just continues doing that forever.
100%. Altitude fuel is at.
So you always do it not last.
100%. Altitude fuel is at 100%. Altitude fuel is at 100%.
Ah, there we go. Yeah, so long as you don't do that hydrogen fuel last, you're okay.
Shields are off.
Yeah.
I kind of liked that concept ship that they were doing today for a little bit there, but then he got stupid with the missiles. And,
Yeah, well, that was the.
but I like
that was
the
public
idea
chat,
of-
wasn't it?
would have been cool to me is that double turret idea if the back one was higher than the front one, so they could both double forward.
Yeah.
Well, I was,
That's the one thing
I
they're
was
missing on
surprised.
this game is their turret placements.
What I was surprised with is, it's a concept art, and yet she's doing all prefab, potato head. I mean, she's just putting the pieces together that are already pre-made.
Yeah.
I expected her to start with a blank canvas and, let me see some real concept, not something that's already just.
Well, I think that's one reason why they're able to get ships out quicker, isn't it? Because they're using that modular setup rather than.
Yeah, I guess so. I guess that's true.
Well, I think they would want to get away from that Valkyrie look, though.
Well, but
change that up a little bit.
Remember what she said earlier? She just took a few pieces out of there to play with. They got more stuff to work with.
That's
She just had a sample of what they
that's
they got.
probably what it was. I mean, it surprised me to see her, a quote concept artist working with a bunch of prefab components that she's just adding, putting together.
Yeah, she said this is just a sample of our. I just took a few of our available modules that we have right now just to play around with it and work something out.
I'll have to watch the whole thing. I watched maybe 5-10 minutes of it and kind of got tired. Lady was taking a nap and it rubbed off on me.
I think that was mostly just to help him stay within that company look, or
Yeah, and like Grace saying, that at this point they probably have, dozens, if not hundreds, of those little components we were seeing, 5 or 6 of. So
I would love to. I really did like the Mantis look, though. I did. I know that they. That's where it begins, and then somebody comes up with, hey, what if we, and that Mantis, I really like the look of that.
Well, if you noticed, when she was messing with that stuff, there was a couple places she added her own touch to.
I still had a bunny. Okay. She has to. She has to
changed
make
the
them
shape
fit.
of the ship by adding her own sketching in there. So it's like you could start off with something like that, but as an artist, you could cut out whatever part you wanted, add whatever, add in something else, not do with the modules, but just add to the existing modules a little bit to expand them some or contract them some. Looked like to me was what, they had the ability to do.
Is that the one? That's the one that crapped out at me.
What to me sounded cool was when she said would be cool to do wings going back, and I was like, well, I'd like to see that kind of design, see what that would look like. I know most people would want their wings to fold forward so you have a less of a footprint, but
Isn't there a ship that has its wings backwards right now? The racer version of the Origin racing ship, doesn't it have a couple little small wings that are pointing the opposite direction to most?
Oh, really?
I think so. They're swept forward instead of backward.
It's a racing ship.
Yeah,
is it a racing Mustang?
No, it's a
Somebody just hit the wall in front of me, man. That's scary.
I don't know what can't remember the damn number or name of it. I think it's something 350.
M350. That would be one of the racers, yeah. It's the one at Tisa Spaceport in the middle of spaceport.
Yeah, and I think it's towards the back side of it, the back end of the ship. There's two small wings that come out and go forward. They're slanted forward instead of slanted backward. And if I'm not mistaken, I think the X-85 has something similar to that. The snub.
Yeah, the snubs folds up.
Well, not saying so much fold up, but when they're exposed or when they're ready to fly, you know how like on the Vanguard and your Sabres and all that, the wings come back. You know, they fold out, but they have a slant from front to rear. Or from the center of the ship to the outer edge of the wings has a slant backwards slightly. These ships that I'm talking about are just the opposite of that. From the center of the ship to the tip of the wings slants forward instead of backward. Without any animation, you know, it's like taking the wing of let's say a Piper, and you have the standard Piper wing is straight out, or you can take, let's say, as an artist and maneuver the wings to where they're slanted towards the tail, or you can maneuver them to where they're slanted towards the cockpit. They're not actually moving, but their general direction when they're fully like on the Vanguards and the Sabres, they'll come out and fold back in. I'm talking about more of the position that they're at when they're fully extended. There's a slight rearward slant to all the Vanguard's Aegis ships. But the Origins, there's two Origin ships I know for sure have a forward slant. Instead of it slanting slightly or more toward the rear, it slants towards the cockpit.
Oh yeah, the 85X.
Yes, the Snub Fighter does that, and that racing one does that too.
I'd have to look at the pictures myself. I don't. But yeah, actually, I think the 85X does have forward swept wings. It's one of my favorite little ships. I don't know why. It reminds me of a little Alfa Romeo I used to have, a little sports car. But it does have some unique, at least two unique features. One, it's a two-seater with no interior. So if you're carrying somebody you don't really trust, they can't shoot you in that cockpit. Right? Because they can't get out of the seat without exiting the vehicle.
Right.
And the other unique feature about the 85X is that it'll spawn on the ground pads, like for ground vehicles on planets. So there's a couple of little, tidbits of features that I kind of think are cool.
Is that the only one that does that on the ground pads on planets?
No, it's the only one that's not really an outright racer. All the racers do it too, and I think they do that for the racing, for the racing thing. I don't know how that works. I've never done the racing. So.
I'm surprised they don't allow at least small to medium. Can't you spawn some of the small to medium ships on the ground, on the pads on the ground stations?
Nope, those in the Argos, as far as I know, are the only ones you can spawn. Racers, the 85X, and the Argos. As far as I know, that I may be, don't quote me on that because I'm
No,
not
well,
certain,
I've
but
seen
yeah.
several people try and they couldn't do it. So
Yeah.
it's a good bet.
That Aurora won't spawn. A Mustang will not spawn on the ground vehicles. That I know. But the 85X will, or did in 3.7.0. I haven't actually tested it this patch, but it did in 3.7.0. This was only a minor patch, so I'm pretty certain it
Right.
still does. And I have to think that the racers are because of the racing thing that they have. I think they use the same ground pad to spawn the racers. Like the M50 and so on will spawn on them. From what I've been told, I don't own one. I've seen the M50 spawn on them before, but several patches back.
In 3.6, man, the 85X was spawned, the snub wood, all kinds of stuff was spawned there.
Yeah, and some of them got pulled from the list that would spawn there. I don't know why, but I think they readjusted everything, even the ground spawn pads. Seems to me they're going to have to change that because they've got a couple of pretty good-sized ground vehicles.
Exactly.
I'm guessing they'll still spawn there. But
I got a question. The Idris can hold 2 ships, 2 maybe 3 ships on its launching pad there. Will we be able to store ships in the Idris? Like, do they land there and then the pad will drop them in, and then we can store those ships and bring those ships up as we need them?
I have no idea.
I think that's a thought that's for future debate, until they decide. 'Cause I don't think they've decided.
I would love a feature, and this is from Empyrean Galactic Survival, but I would love a feature where you could spawn ships and bigger ships. Actually have a spawn terminal there and allow it to spawn certain ships. But I don't know. I don't think they'll ever add that here. They're too much into the physical reality of where you're at. They were even talking about if you parked your ship there, you won't be able to claim it and move it, and you'll have to physically go pick it up, and move it. That's where big ships will come in handy. And I'm like, okay, but
So I'll have to buy a plane ticket to go to Lorville to pick up my ship and fly it back.
Yeah, something of that nature. Exactly. That's so I don't think they'll ever give us the ability to spawn small ships, but that would be cool if they did. Now, like in Empyrean, you can do that. You can spawn different ships in another ship. If you have a big capital ship, you can spawn a small vessel.
I think eventually it's going to get to a point where if you're at Olisar and the ship you want is at, let's say, hardcore, you're going to have to find somebody to take you out there.
Yeah. Well, that's what they've actually talked about. They want physical distance to be physical distance. If you park your ship at Arcorp and you fly with a buddy and you're at Port Olisar, you won't be able to get your ship. You have to go back to Arcorp to get it.
Either that or fly with a friend or hire a taxi service.
Right. Well, they're also talking about flight systems. AI.
Like you board a plane
Commercial
instead
flights.
of a train.
Right. Commercial flights, basically.
That'd be cool. It wouldn't be too cool though if you got interdicted by pirates and the damn thing blew up.
Yeah.
You imagine boarding one of them AI jokers and getting interdicted 10 times before you get to your destination. Because it's, the servers are getting all screwed up.
Yeah, I'm not sure how that's going to work, but yeah, that'd be cool.
No kidding.
Oh, come on. try out these mantises with overclocking, and now I'm not gonna get a mission. That's the third one in a row. It must be time to do something, to try something different. Figured if I left and got a different ship, that's different. But apparently it ain't enough.
You know, it is going to be cool. And I'm going to say this again, not with the intention of passing away soon, but, you know, when you're 64, you never know. I mean, you never know any day of your life when you're born. You don't. It would be cool. You'd be sitting there, a tram plane flying around, and you get pulled out of quantum by a mantis, and then 4 or 5 pirates jump on board. All right, folks, hand over your money. Oh, you're good. Give me your guns and all that stuff. We're going to sell it. And then, you know, this pirate bunch gets all cocky. So then all of a sudden about 10 or 15 bounty hunters or soldiers get on one of them trams. They pull it out there. They jump on board and they say, oh, shit, we're in trouble. It's a trap, boys. Set a trap.
Was it you, Jabu, that was, you know, we were talking about that interdiction and that suggested you ought to be able to dump your cargo? Because I thought that was a pretty good idea. I mean, you know, if they're really pirates, if you
that's what they're going to be interested in.
Right. That would be a large deterrent for them to even go after you at that point, you know. Yeah, maybe they might get a component or two out of it, but is it worth the risk of getting in a fight if you've already, you know, got the cargo sitting there just waiting to be picked up?
You can do that in missions on Elite Dangerous.
Yeah, and that's you could also
that's pretty
do
cool.
it.
That's a pretty cool setup, really.
You could also do it in Freelancer. In fact, that was if you got interdicted by pirates. That was
Hey, guys.
one of the options.
Whistling.
I've never seen this before, but it looks like I've got the counter mission to somebody trying to clear their crime stat.
Yep, it is available.
Or you have the counter. Right. Somebody
Prevent hack at Korea.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Well, that's what it is.
What it is, the player's trying to clear their hack, and you got a mission up there for it, so you got the chance and the opportunity to go kill them before they clear.
And they're going to give me $8,000 to do it.
Well, there you go, son.
It's not much. Unless you're right in the area, you're probably not going to make it.
No, I'm all the way over here at Hurston, but that's cool.
Yeah.
Somebody's going to grab that.
If we're close enough. But it's like
8,000? That's nice.
It's like Ryder said, you have to be pretty close because, you know, them things are kind of lengthy to clear, but still, you know,
yeah,
you can't waste a whole lot of time.
They take 5+ minutes, or around 5 minutes, but yeah, about the time you get there, it'll be over. Kind of like me chasing that guy, and he was there. You know, by the time I got there, his ship turned green right in front of me. Because I was debating, you know, well, heck, I'll park and go on in, see if I can get him with a rifle before he does it. He had already cleared it by the time I actually got there. I love that bad log in, log out. That does a lot for my immersiveness.
Well, it makes it a lot handier too, really.
Well, that too, but I mean, just, you know, it really makes you feel more like your ship, and, you know, personable. You know,
a person could take that feature and go out in Timbuktu space and just shut their engines down in the middle of nowheres in a quantum and be pretty well safe to say you're going to be coming back in your bed without you even having to land on a damn base of any kind.
Yeah, well,
and nobody finding you too, you know, blowing
yeah,
you up.
If they get, well, unless they got a bounty out, but yeah. Other than, stopping at R&Rs, rearming and refueling, you're good to go. All right, that's what Antonio wants to do with his 890, right? He can load up a couple of ships, have his, his fighter or whatever to do missions or whatever he wants to do. And he's got a big house. Go bed log out anywhere in the, in the game and wake up on his big yacht.
Oh, has he got an 890?
Antonio does, yeah.
Yeah.
He loves that thing too. It's a pretty nice ship.
Have a good night, guys.
Be careful,
Alrighty,
brother.
have a good one. Nothing
I
but
wonder how many roars you could put in that thing.
890. I don't know. Several, but you put one. Maybe you could get one in the underneath in the cargo bay, and then I'd say at least 3, maybe 4 in the hangar.
If you had an 890 and you had 4 or 5 roars geared up the way yours is, that'd be a pretty mean combination.
I wish I could get these bounties to. I just want to try this one time with these overclocks. Oh, wrong one. These are basically the same size, same type guns that I had, just ballistic Gatlings, only they're size 3. Same weapons I use on the others, on the Aurora, basically. Bigger. Maybe if I go all right up to the planet, it'll give me a mission.
Quantum travel complete.
Usually if I swap regions like that, I'll get them, but yeah, I'm not getting them yet. These are all
Yeah.
player bounties. How much does that pay? I don't think this one's pays diddly, but give me something to shoot at. Really just wanted to test these overclock guns. Definitely helped on the Aurora, so.
Quantum travel engaged.
If it doesn't overheat them.
Quantum travel complete.
Hey, fish that, no problem. No requirements. Appreciate you when you show up, but yeah, don't feel bad about not watching. I like having people watch, but it's not no big deal. I do appreciate it though. How are you doing today on this Friday? You having a good start of the weekend? Cool. I'm hope to have a decent weekend. Just getting started.
Well, for the most part, your upgrades, you can pretty well say, has definitely put a positive on your ship.
Yeah, for that Aurora for sure. Yeah, my weekend's kind of started off a little off. My wife wasn't feeling good today and came home early from work, so that's kind of a bummer. But she's still not feeling great, but she seems to be feeling a little better. Not really.
Successful.
Done. Welcome to Levski.
Welcome to Levski. I love Oslin. He makes this place here. Couldn't get any actual, real bounties that pay anything, so I'm gonna do the Eckhart job because it's a bounty. I just want to see how the guns do against a ship. So.
In this day and age, they might get by with all the impulses laying around, but somebody be reporting that to OSHA. Safety hazard.
Yeah, OSHA doesn't come here. Area 18 or Microtech, yeah, they might hang out there.
But it's like most government agencies. They'll do all the easy stuff, but when it comes to some effort, they sit there and say, "Nah, we ain't fooling with that."
I forgot what I was doing. Yeah, I did too. Hate to see her not feeling good. She doesn't get sick very often, so it's when she does, I know she's not feeling good. Because like I say, she doesn't get sick that often. But when she does get sick, it's usually pretty good sick. Or I should say, she doesn't get sick enough to actually miss work, and that's, as a first day in a while, she's had to leave work for being sick, so I'm pretty sure she was feeling bad.
You looking for somebody? Glad you could make it.
Sassy
Grab a seat.
pants. What are you doing? Get away from me.
Dude, you're possessed. I'm not sure I
That's the
want to
dude.
sit down here.
Bug on
Okay.
that dude. He jumps up and seat.
That's new. Oh, there he goes.
Yeah.
Sorry for the locale. Don't look like much, but the homemade stuff has some kick. Anyway, I've been hearing good things about you.
Look possessed there for a
Stand up
minute.
sort. Just the type of people I like
Just
to
for a
love.
moment, he was floating.
As I mentioned, I run a small security outfit.
We handle all sorts of ops. So I'm always on the lookout for people who know how to handle themselves in a scrap. So, what do you think? Great.
Hey, at least they're giving me the whole spiel. There for last patch, they didn't give you half the talk. You know, it's just real quick.
Yeah. Yeah, I've seen it go this far on most
luck and all
cases.
that.
Now, I have seen a couple times when folks have done this one that they got this far, and then when they got out in the field, out in space, it bugged out on them.
No, I mean just the spiel that he gives you, his talk.
Yeah.
At 3.6, they took it all away. Basically, sit down and he said, "How you doing? Here's your, you want a mission." You know, it didn't ask for any input.
Yeah.
It didn't. It was just a real short. I bet, and I tried, and the same thing was Recco's was the same way. They had taken all the text out of it or whatever.
Yeah, now I don't know about the Reco, but this guy I know, I knew they put the text back in and he does some talking with you. The other one I'm not sure. I haven't seen anybody do it since this patch, to be honest.
That guy's, he's possessed.
Right now, most everybody's working their butts off doing deliveries, mining, or pirate stuff. Cargo, a lot of cargo.
Get it?
There's one fella in Europe. I'm assuming he's in Britain. Maybe he's Australian. I'm not sure. I haven't, didn't get in chat to ask or whatever. But I'm gonna tell you what, that dude's pretty good at that mining. He popped a couple of rocks earlier today. Real early today, I was watching him. He popped a couple of rocks, buddy. That the stability level of them was so bad that everybody else I've seen come across that type of rock said there ain't no way. We're not going to bust this.
Well, I got
and he got a chunk of terranium or something like that. Terranium or something.
Terranite,
yeah. Yeah, terranite was 100% out of that one of them jokers. And I mean, it was a big rock. He got 100% of that rock, mineral out of it. But he worked his butt off. But he was good at it. He had two of them like that. The first one he busted, he was floating, and his prospector was kind of up off the ground. Buddy, when that thing blew, it turned that ship around in circles for a good 30 or 40 seconds. He was struggling to hang on to it, keep it from getting away from him. Well, the second one he ran into, he said, "Dude, there's another one, guys." He said, "I'm going to have to land on this one so we don't run into that situation we did earlier." But just the explosion from the rock when it did break was enough to really screw around with his ship.
Gonna go try this and that in my little
Genesis.
Aurora
Genesis is the name of the rock that he broke.
They loaned me an Aurora, so I had to upgrade it and play with it.
There, all set.
I've been doing missions in it all day, so it'll do any of the bounty missions, upgraded as it is, up to the Connies and Caterpillars. I've killed Connies and Caterpillars with it. Well, actually, I did those with just the weapons upgrades. But now I got all the other components so I can overclock the weapons. It does pretty good. I'm kind of amazed that it does as good as it does with just size 1 guns. This is not the combat version. It's just the MR that you get, the starter ship. So it only has 4 size 1 gun mounts.
Welcome to Common Space Industries. Enjoy the ride.
The combat one has 2 size 2 gun mounts as well as 2 size 1 gun mounts. So you got a little bit better firepower with it.
Take off.
That's no fun. For a real challenge,
Landing gear raised.
try the starter ship, right? Have a good one, Estlin. See you later. If this mission just works, I'll be happy. See where we gotta go to. Oh, shit. Oh, there we go.
Water drive is now on.
Just curious. Yeah, these yellow jackets have 7,200 each. Yeah, those yellow jackets have 7,200 rounds apiece to start with. But I think like the Revenant size 4 ballistic only has like 4,000.
It's quite a bit for those yellow jackets. That's probably a smaller round caliber. What's is the Revenant equivalent to the yellow jacket, just bigger, or is it just a different gun altogether?
It's just bigger. All of the ones I use. Let's see, yellow jackets, scorpions, Manus, and Revenants, and they're all the ballistic Gatlings. They're real fast ships.
Okay, same category, just different sizes.
Right. Then you also have like the just the regular ballistics, which have even less ammo, but they shoot slower. So these are like the machine guns.
Yeah.
But they do a lot less damage per hit. They do a lot less alpha damage, but they're good DPS.
Yeah, but hell, the speed at which they push in bullets out.
Well, a lot of people don't like it because it's time on target. In other words, the bigger guns, if you hit with them, they'll do more alpha damage, so you don't have to stay on target as long. But with the AI, that's not an issue really for me.
Yeah.
Pretty sure this is a smaller ship, so it's not going to be a biggie. This thing will undoubtedly take it down real quick. A Cutlass or a Buccaneer is what I'm guessing. Actually, it's easier in this small ship, even with the lower, size 1 guns, than it is in my Freelancer, because I have a hard time hitting those bucks in that Freelancer. They just move so fast. It doesn't maneuver like this thing does. I'm not sure the silencer will work that good, but okay, buddy. I use one. Well, I use one sometime. Stabilizer's a better one. It's I like messing with the new players. And not messing with them. I'm giving them good advice.
Quantum drive is now on. Quantum drive is now on.
Yeah, somebody was saying they fixed the turrets on the bunkers. Last patch, I kind of even quit doing them because it was a pain. I mean, I like parking out and walking in, you know, and not even
Yeah,
taking...
a lot of people are doing that now too.
Well, I quit doing it before because the turrets kept firing. I mean, even if you were out of line of sight, they'd keep firing, and the noise and the audio shake and everything is just too annoying for me.
Yeah.
So I quit doing them, you know, unless I want to take a bigger ship and take out the turrets. I used to do them in my Aurora when I first started. I'd just park behind a rock or whatever and walk in. And there was a couple of advantages to that. One, I mean, in an Aurora, the turrets are hard to take out without getting blown up. But the other advantage is they make great watchdogs. I mean, if anybody else shows up, the turrets will start firing. So you know there's another player coming. But then last two patches, it didn't matter. So long as you were within range, the guns would just continue shooting.
Yeah, I was watching a couple people when that was going on, and I was sitting there thinking, man, you should have took them turrets out because they was having troubles with lag and all that stuff. And I'm thinking, well, why not? Why wouldn't you have trouble with lag? You sit your ship out there behind a rock. You got 5 guns constantly shooting at it nonstop. That's computer resources that's croaking your
Plus the
daggone
audio
game.
and the audio shake, and you got a bunch of stuff going on.
Bunch of stuff. But I think they have, because I have seen a couple this morning do that. They parked outside of the range and walked in. Actually, they ran in. And the guns was just sitting there turning around looking for a target. They wasn't shooting at nothing.
I have to check that out because that's a pretty cool little QOL for me. I love it. I mean, to me, it's just more realistic. I mean, if you're going into a bunker to kill some people, the last thing you would do is go up there and blow up their ground defenses. So, that you lose the surprise effect completely.
Right.
Not in the game. The AI doesn't care, but in reality, that's not the way you would charge a bunker like that.
Well, that's the way it was working for 2 different individuals I watched it for.
Not to mention, I like being able to do it in my small ships like my Titan or something because they're small, or an Aurora because you can park them behind a pretty good, you don't need much of a rock to hide an Aurora.
No.
So,
in fact, those particular spots that these guys was using or taking, the bunker they was at, you would have been able to get a lot closer than they had, because they had some big ships. They parked way out. Took them a while to get to the darn bunker.
Yeah, it never fails. Wherever I park, I always pass 3 or 4 better spots as I walk in, but that's just the way it works out.
But that was definitely the case. The turrets were just turning around like they were searching, covering the sky, and they weren't firing.
That's cool. I'm gonna go check that right here as soon as I do this then, because that'll make them more fun again. I mean, I don't like having to take the turrets down. I just don't care for it. Cool, we got a contact. Buccaneer, just like I figured. Sorry, buddy, you're a goner. Just a job, nothing personal. I ain't taking a little bit of punishment.
Radar contact.
Oh yeah. I love these bounty missions. Not those necessarily. I like the regular bounty missions. Good money. And it's kind of a challenge in this little bitty Aurora, but that's kind of what makes them fun. I mean, I got the
Well, you're
freelancer.
making that $3,000 look a whole lot better.
Yeah, I'm up to a decent amount considering what I've spent. I mean, I spent 100K today.
Yeah. You got a little wiggle room now.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. Now I don't have to worry too much. I got a little wiggle room, little pocket change. This is like the absolute wrong ship to go on this long run, but oh well.
What the hell? You're already in the sea.
Quantum drive is
Try out that upgraded Foxfire. I do have the best size 1 quantum in it, so that'll cut it down a minute. You know, ish, like a minute less. Yeah, all the the FreeFly that's going on right now. Oh, and you have the game and everything, right? Because they do have a FreeFly going on, and you can play for absolutely free. But now it's only a couple of days left. But yeah, the ships they have that.
You know, the one thing about Quantum Drive I think they could have done without and still had a good effect was that pulling the nose of the ships forward a little bit before it goes into it. I'm not a big fan of that animation.
The stretch effect or whatever it is, yeah. I thought it was cool when I first saw it, so I guess it's curb appeal. When you first see it, it's pretty neat. But yeah, they have a FreeFly, so even if you have the game, click the bottom one there and enter the code. You won't have to do anything if you already have an account, other than just enter the code and it'll give you some extra ships. Well, they give you the best one. They give you an Aurora, Mustang, Titan. I'm not sure what the other one is. A Hornet maybe. And then they also give you the new Defender, Banu Defender. If you want to try it, you can try it. All those nice ships, and I've had more fun with this darn little Aurora. Reminiscing from the early days. Which I'm right at a year into. Next week will be my 1-year anniversary for the game, basically. Yeah, if you already have an account, you don't really need to sign up with the referral or anything, but you can still get the ships, the FreeFly ships. You can also create an account, even if you're not going to play the game. That's free. It just can't. You got to buy a package to play the game, unless there's a FreeFly going on. There's also a discounted starter packages going on too. I'm not sure I even updated that. Let's see. Just for fun. Yes, I did. 3.7. But yeah, there's a few of the starter packs that they have a slight discount on for new players. Of course, to be honest, you might want to wait because they usually have sales and stuff at the end of the month. Here is like a big at the expo. They'll probably have, I don't know if another FreeFly or what, but they're very likely. I'd bet money they'll at least have another sale going on at the end of the month as well. That's why I've been answering questions in chat. A lot of newer players having a good time, and or returning players. I kind of like the FreeFly stuff. It's cool watching people, try and
Hear
figure
some
the
odd
game out.
noises. I'm getting ready to microwave me a couple of jalapeno and cheddar smoked sausage.
That
the
sounds
munchies.
pretty good. Wrong time.
Doopy-doo-doo-doo. Very good.
Price weapons. Let's see if that's the right one. It's not the one I was looking for, but I think it does have it. Karna.
The hell is that?
It's you know me and my resources. It's a site with all the different weapons and stuff anywhere in the game. There it is. I'm gonna double check that. Didn't I highlight it? No. Kinda that one. Yeah, that's Crew L5, okay. Yeah, yeah. If you get to playing, and I have all the resources for different websites. Well, I mean, most of them, like Fusion and I, kind of collect together. He comes up with the most of them, I guess. But yeah, I always save them for every patch. So like that, I have that spreadsheet that'll show you where to buy weapons, components, whatever.
Yeah, I've seen that. was getting the munchies, so I went and got me a couple of jalapeno and cheddar sausages.
Quantum drive is now on.
Okay, what am I looking for? Oh yeah. Any outpost that has turrets. And I want one that's gonna be... Heck, let's do this. That one. So yeah, that'll have one. Guaranteed that'll have it.
Quantum drive is now on.
There are a lot of people on your server.
I'm not gonna say. I'm not sure. Let me look and see if I can. I'm not gonna count them, but I can tell you if there's like a bunch.
The only reason I asked is it just seemed like it was kind of slow.
Quite a few.
Is there?
I won't say it's full. They only hold 50, so it's not may not be dead full, but it's.
Can you hear me munching on these sausages?
I barely.
Okay. I just
Not
didn't
an
want to be
issue.
a...
I seriously doubt it's coming through on stream or anything. Even if it was, it's not an you know, it's too quiet to even really notice.
Well, this damn thing's pretty sensitive. I didn't want there to be some kind of ungodly noise coming across the mic.
There is a way to change your in Discord there, but yeah, you're not. Yeah, I couldn't. I mean, I can hear it, but I doubt it's coming through on stream at all.
Is that a like a noise cancellation thing? Background noise?
It's a threshold that, you know, in other words, if you're using voice to talk, there's a threshold adjustment, so you can block out background noises. The noise has to be X amount of decibels before the mic kicks on. This would have been easier in the daylight. I'd be able to find a rock
Where
to
would
hide
somebody find that?
You click the I gotta get over here on it. Okay, right beside your name at the bottom, you click the user settings to the right of your name, bottom left,
Got it.
and then voice and video.
Yep. See it.
And then that's that slider. To the left would be easier to come on. To the right means it's got to be louder before it kicks in. So you'll slide it just a little bit to the right, and that should cancel out some more of the background. Any background. Eating is not gonna. It's not gonna affect eating much because that's right by the mic, right?
Right. Okay.
There we go. I'm getting shot now, so all I gotta do is find some rock and see if it stops. That's kind of what I'm trying to do. Determine if I can get behind something and they should stop. Gear.
Transitioning gear.
Of course, I'm in a flat zone with no rocks to hide behind. I want to be real badass. I could try and, yeah, there's nothing to hide behind on this turret. Ain't that enough? Not a rock in sight. Ain't that a something? I can't even see the turret yet. This thing will tear me up, too. Yeah, that's why I usually do it. 'Cause this thing ain't... Now, where'd the light come from? Why can't I see outside? Ah, something's screwed up. I'm already screwed. I can't see. Here's a rock. That's screwed up. My lights are now shining on my dashboard rather than outside. Here's something to hide behind. That's what I was wanting to check anyway, so I guess that works out. Yeah, I don't like that light. That my headlights? No. For some reason, whatever they did is causing extra lighting in the cab, which is crazy. I can't see.
Takeoff complete.
I had that thing set on auto.
Landing complete.
I switched it to manual and just a little bit, and it
Takeoff
looks like it
complete.
kicked it out.
Landing complete.
Okay, well, I guess I might
For
as
the
well.
most part. At least on the screen, it's showing that it doesn't
Yeah.
pick up the noise.
Well, yeah, and if you can see it in that bar or on the general lobby if it's working right or not.
Yeah, that's where I was looking.
Gentlemen,
Good evening.
What up?
how are you? How is everybody?
Well, me and I'm sitting here eating a couple sausages because I got a bit hungry, and I've been watching take this little Aurora Terror of his and on the universe all night.
Aurora, Riders, he's brutal in an Aurora.
It got
He's
worse.
like the Aurora Phantom.
It got worse.
What happened?
Oh, the Aurora got much more powerful. I realized I finally got I put a coolers on it, upgraded it all the way.
Oh, for real? So it made a big difference?
Exercise.
Now I can overclock the guns and they don't overheat.
Oh, jeez. Yeah, you're just throwing lead down range.
Bunches of lead. 4 barrels worth.
Awesome.
Then some guy was telling me here that they fixed the turrets. That now you can park behind something and the turrets won't shoot at you anymore. So that's kind of what I'm checking now. And of
Are you
course,
talking about like bunker turrets?
exactly.
Okay.
Apparently
Do we have confirmation yet?
I will as soon as I get out from behind here.
Okay. Okay.
Well, I've done seen it twice today.
Yeah,
Early this
they're
morning.
not shooting at it. That I can confirm that it is line of sight because I was over to the
So
side.
you broke line of sight and they stopped. They broke their aggro. Are they shooting at all?
That's exactly correct.
All they was doing was spinning around looking for targets after that.
How about that? Well, good deal. Good
That's
deal.
nice. I'm a lot further than I had to be because of course, the one bunker I tried was in the middle of a field with nothing near. Hey, this is one of those. I need to keep my eyes open. This is where you might find one of them computer parts just happen along, huh?
I mean, if you find one, you need to take some down. Well, you're streaming, right? So
Yeah.
You're gonna have video evidence.
Yeah, better have
That's
it.
good.
Well, I didn't even realize that till I said that. Oh wait, this is one of those biomes that those are supposed to be in.
So there's more trash biomes than just right outside the gate, like you showed me.
Yeah, well here's one.
Which one? Which base did you head to?
Some weird name. Let me look. Millerand.
I don't know that I've ever been there.
Me either. That's why I said a weird base name.
Interesting.
That may be a new name since they put the caves in, because I don't remember this name
Could
at
be.
all. But there it is, right behind. It's not.
Is it an HDMS?
Yeah, HDMS Millerand.
Okay. Okay.
Which was totally weird or new to me. Of course, I'm close to 5,000 meters away. But they were shooting at me, and then I moved over behind that metal thing, and they quit.
Very cool. Very cool.
Usually, now that'll be cool. Now I would have spent more time and found a much closer spot to try this at had I known for sure it was going to work, right?
Yeah. Well, Wolf, you making it all right?
Who? Me? Shoot.
Yeah.
Brother, what are you talking about? It's another great day of life, man.
Well, it's a pretty good day, I guess. Well, a little chilly here, though. A little chilly. I'm a cold-natured fella, though, so I perform better in the summer than I do in the winter.
I should have been a polar bear when I was born.
That is not me. Not me. I should be like an Amazon native. Although in the winter I can layer up until I'm good. In the summer there's only so much you can take off, you know.
That's what I told people whenever they ask me that. Like in the wintertime, like this kind of weather, you're liable to see me more. Now I'm not going to stand out there for hours, but hell, I'll go outside in just a cut-off sleeve T-shirt for 20-30 minutes and doing something if I got something to do, and not have a problem with it at all. People always say, how the hell, I'll tell them about the polar bear thing, and I say, but to be honest with you, in the wintertime, you can put on a ton of clothes. But in the summertime, you strip down, can only strip down so far, and if you're still uncomfortable, it's tough on you.
I put a toboggan over my head, and I am pretty much good until it gets super cold. If I have my head covered up, I can just, I have to wear a long sleeve FR, fire retardant shirt when I'm working.
We had to wear them too.
That's what I wear like every single day of every single week, pretty much. And if I've got that long sleeve shirt on and a toboggan on, I'm good.
Yeah, your head gives off almost like 40% of your body heat.
Yep.
So you get that covered up, it helps a lot.
My house is cold right now, though. I don't know what
What's
it
wrong
is in
with that?
here. Well, it screws up. It screws with my hands. Well, my dexterity goes to crap, and I can't play games with the crap.
Why is your house cold though?
Oh, why is my house cold? That's voluntary, because I don't want to pay the company I work for $500 a month to keep it hot. It's voluntary. Yeah, I think
does that process apply in the summer too when it gets 90?
I mean, I'm very liberal with my temperature settings. It doesn't. My heater doesn't turn on until it hits 58 in the house.
I'm actually.
And my air conditioner doesn't turn on until it hits 78 in the house. I don't know what I'm
doing. I was just testing to see if the turret's
so
still.
I let it float. I let it float a good bit. You know what I'm
saying? Yeah.
Yeah, I was just testing this turrets to see if they stop shooting, start running, start walking.
Getting some exercise.
To see if it did line of sight like it used to. At one point, it quit doing line of sight. You know, they'd shoot at you even if you were behind somewhere. But yeah, now they are. Oops, what button did I click? Sorry, I'm getting an issue there. There it is.
So in the summer, you just blow a fan. It's 100 outside. You just
start walking.
Yep. You got like an underground house or something?
No.
Just playing in the verse? Nice.
About a 900 and something square foot home. It's got a couple of shade trees out in the front yard.
Those help. Those really help.
This is really actually...
but the main part about it is you just get used to it. Like the first summer.
This is actually what I get at...
Because like you...
I get this.
When Dad passed away and I moved here, I got
PO,
to looking at his past bills.
Come on.
In the summertime, he was spending $250
it's
or more.
Defiance, which is like
for a window about 20,000 BTU
which
window
is
AC
heavy duty armor.
Never did upgrade.
And I'm on the wrong one. This is my heavy armor.
He was spending $300.
I usually wear yeah.
Like, what do you use? Like an oil heater or something?
It's Defiance.
He's got a
then I use the Baylor helmet. This is my
what is that? Like propane or something?
Armor. And then I use
you say fuel. What is the fuel?
For medium
number 2
armor.
fuel.
I have no idea what that is.
Yeah, it's a heating oil. It's basically a heating oil that they use up in the mainly up around from here up east.
But yeah,
do you deal with that, Rod?
I'm sorry, I was talking and didn't catch it.
Oh, okay. That's all good. Now, do you use heating oil in Oklahoma?
Oh, no. I don't even know if you can get it here.
Yeah, I don't even know what the system looks like. Anyway.
It's what it is similar to propane. You got a barrel out there that the number 2 fuel goes in.
It's a gas.
On it.
It's a gas, right?
Line goes in the house. It goes into this burner. The burner mounts into a furnace setup. It's got fire brick inside of it. And it's got an exhaust out to the chimney. And it's got a fan on the bottom that blows air up through the system into just like it would propane. You know, you got ducts and stuff to your plenum and stuff that stretch out.
Yeah, heating oil is different from a gas. It's a true liquid. They usually have a drip pan that drips and burns. Used to. I don't know what the new ones are.
I mean, are we talking about a gas or a liquid?
It's a liquid, and they got nozzles now that sprays it into the chamber, and then an electric igniter fires it off.
Why? Okay, so, and I know this is common in northern states. Why do they use liquids? Like when you come here, everybody's got like the gas tank out there, but it's a gas in the tank. Why did they switch to liquid fuel?
They never did switch. This was fuel was out before gas. It's an old. What it is an old system that's still cheaper than, for the most part. Well, actually, a lot of times it's not, depending on the area. It's not as cheap as, but it's a system in these older houses that nobody's ever upgraded. That nobody's wanting to pluck down $2,000 or $3,000 to get a propane system.
Okay.
But now on the East Coast, it's even more prevalent than it is here.
Yeah,
It's getting
New Jersey is where I learned about heating oil at, and I was up there on the storm job and talking to some people that live there. They all use heating oil, but I'm like, I don't even have a clue what you're talking about. I've never heard of it.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah, I got this particular armor.
It's getting so rare and around here now that it's very difficult to find somebody to work on the furniture.
Medium armor that I normally wear
to fix it.
The only thing gas in my house is the fireplaces.
Or Hurston.
And my gas line is
it's
natural gas,
like
and it's all ran underground
gray,
from the street.
Generic gray.
So
you can't be seen as easy if you're in a shadow.
I think in the summer when I'm not using the fireplaces, my gas bill is whatever the minimum is, maybe $20. I don't know.
Do you have a meter on the side of your house, or are they just giving you an extra?
There's a meter.
Yeah,
there is a meter for sure. Yep.
But anyway, when I moved in and I seen that, I said I ain't paying that, just for the pure fact that I knew I didn't have to. So summertime I use a fan. Wintertime I got a little. Wood box floor heater here in the living room and one back in the bedroom bathroom back there.
That's crazy.
1,500 waters, and that's what I use for heat. The house
I could be right next to it, but I can't
degrees,
tell, and I can't see it on a
dead
map
in winter,
close
but
enough.
bundle up a little bit and
doesn't work
enjoy life. My electric bill never runs over $100 and something bucks a month.
I've got my bill is we use what they call a levelized billing, so they average it out over like a 12-month period, and they just charge me the same amount every month.
Yep.
And mine's $278 every single month. Yeah. Well, no, I actually don't. The computer system adjusts the rate. I don't know if it's adjusted in like the last year or two. It's been $278 every single month for like the last year or two.
It'll depend on what they're charging, if they have a rate increase or not.
Yeah.
We had similar thing. What would happen is every 6 months the system would adjust it if needed. But what it is, there's a little bit of estimation going on there.
Yeah, no doubt. I agree.
Well, they're going to assume,
and you could come out to the bad, potentially.
Yeah, they're going to assume you're going to use X amount, so they kind of start charging that. If you fall under that, our system was set up was at the end of 6 months, you would probably see a decrease in your bill but it wouldn't take it a bunch. It would do a little, but not a lot, because usually in wintertime people would use more. So
definitely
2 times a year is what I'm getting to, is they would look at it on our system.
Actually, where I live, the biggest power bills are in the summer when all the air conditioners are running.
Right.
In the winter, half these houses around me have gas furnaces, and I don't. I have a heat pump, so that's why I keep everything turned down low on the thermostat, and I just run that gas fireplace and spread it out with a fan.
Okay.
Right.
Stop walking.
Let's rest.
I used to live in a log home when I was married.
I hate this,
but that was awesome. Was it?
Well,
did it hold air worth of crap?
The whole what?
Like, did it keep the heat in and the cold in worth of crap?
It done pretty good, yeah. It really did, because all the years me and her and the kids lived there, it had baseboard heaters, but we hardly ever turned them on, because I bought a wood burning stove, put it in the living room, and I had to open the floor above. I cut out a vent.
What just happened, Ryder?
We need a map.
We need a map. What do you mean? I saw you running to a base. I look at my screen and look back, and you're responding to Levski. Something happened.
Yeah, I lost the base. I couldn't find the base.
Oh.
He was so
you
far
got
away,
mad. You got mad at it. That's what happened. You got mad at it. You suicided. Okay.
Well,
Okay.
I
yeah, we
ran
heated
far
that whole
enough. I
house
should have
up.
saw the base, but I must have turned a little bit or whatever. With running
Okay, I
through the
got
rocks, you go a little off and you're screwed. I've done that before, but
you. Understood. I guess that's one drawback to those guns no longer shooting, because you couldn't trace the sound.
No, you can't. Once you get on the ground, you can't see it.
well, I mean I wasn't really planning on I wasn't out to do the bunker missions. I just wanted to check the turret anyway, and I ended up, in other words, if I were doing a bunker mission, I would have parked a lot closer and not had that far to run. And I also wouldn't have come up to it where I lost the waypoint. In other words, so long as you don't get within that point where it changes, the waypoint updates, then you can
That's
still
a good
find
point.
it. And that's
I've never
usually
considered that.
That's usually the way I do it. I just don't go that close to start with.
So as long as you don't swoop in, that waypoint will persist, and you can even see it on foot.
Right.
Never considered that.
So it was my bad. I mean, I'm not mad or anything. It was just my silliness or whatever that caused it. My unpreparedness.
Failure to follow the 7 P's.
Well, did your old lady start feeling better, Ryder? Or is she still a little bit bummed out?
Yeah, she's still feeling pretty bad.
You're gonna have to go give her some Ryder loving.
I don't think that's gonna help. I think.
You bring her a cup of coffee and give her a good kiss on the cheek. Tell her you love her. It'll all be good.
Or you could approach her with a Don Juan approach.
The Don Juan approach. Boy, my ears are perked up. What is this?
Yeah. Go
What
in
is
there
that?
and you say, honey, I love you so much, I'm going to share this with you. And you just get right there next beside of her. Wrap that arm around there and snuggle up real good and tight. And you see if there's any interest. If not, then you just lay there and snuggle up and say, I'm going to share this with you, baby.
Share this
Oh, they
moment.
love that. They love that.
Interesting. Okay.
This guy's willing to share my pain. Oh, what a man.
Oh, okay. I'm picking up what you're putting down now.
Yeah, you get what I'm saying?
Uh-huh.
Yeah, the best she got was I made TV dinners for dinner.
Oh, did it taste good?
Did I say that out loud? She might have heard me.
Yeah, you did say that out of
You gotta be careful how loud you use your voice there. Channel it into the mic, not into the room. Well, I'll tell you, fella. Ryder, can your stream pick me up talking?
Not anymore. No, I'm not. I forgot what the hangar was. Naturally, I don't know what it is about that hangar number. There we go. So, man, if you ever adjust your third person, then it kind of borks. You makes you messy. Free lunch. Oh, I still have y'all. Alright, let me get with them. I don't need that. See if I can get a bounty mission to. I want to try this. Try these mantises overclocked. I'm not real big on overclocking, but I've been trying them, so. Hopefully I'll have a mission. Yes. Just a 10K, but unless it's a unless it's a hammerhead, we'll be alright. Alright, well I'm gonna turn sound back on so we're back on stream. Yeah, I've yet added those the drivers to separate it. So.
I guess I'm gonna fire mine up just so I can record some gameplay.
I actually started to go after a bounty earlier, but he went to SPK and got his crime stat cleared right as I got there.
You were doing it in the Aurora too, weren't you?
Yep.
Oh, that would have been awesome.
That's the only reason I was gonna do it, just because
the rabbit Aurora.
I want to do it. I want to get somebody's bounty in an Aurora just so I can.
That's amazing, yeah.
And that little thing with those yellow jackets overclocked, this is the first try on this one, so I'm hoping this mission works. But yeah,
Dude, it makes a difference, doesn't it?
It does alright, but I made the mistake of trying to overclock it and the shields at the same time. No go. You can do either the weapons or the shields, but not both.
No kidding.
That's in the Aurora. I mean, even with the.
Well, I mean, what kind of, you got size 1 components there, so what kind of power plant are you using?
It's all upgraded.
Starheart?
Yeah, it's all upgraded now, so yeah, Starheart power plant.
Did you overclock the Starheart?
Nope.
All right, consider that.
Yeah, I might have
Consider
to
that.
try that and see if I can get the shields up overclocked as well, because
You
that'd
should
be
be
a
able to do the
mean little
shields plus
sucker.
guns. You should be able to.
But I don't need it for these bounties really, because I have kind of learned the tactics of staying out of fire.
Right.
But for players, you'd want the shields too, you know.
Yeah, no doubt. What shield you put on it?
Palisades.
Wait a minute.
Size
Wait a minute.
ones, remember?
Palisades are ones?
I think
Okay.
so.
Okay.
No,
Okay. Does it have 2 slots on it?
Yeah.
Wow. That's crazy. The Aurora has 2 shields and the Arrow only has 1.
Don't tell anybody.
Yeah, that's great. That's great.
It would actually make a good arrow killer, because I mean it's maneuverable. It jumps around.
Yeah, absolutely. It's fast, man. Very fast.
Makes you kind of wonder why they took it off the Arrow and didn't take it off of the.
They didn't take
Aurora
anything
too.
away from anything besides the Arrow. You know what I'm saying? They left everything as is except for the Arrow.
Supposedly that was pre-planned and earlier and all that, blah blah blah. And I'm like, so why'd they put 2 on to start with if it wasn't just to sell the ship? Why'd you put them on there?
I remember reading that, and I'll be honest with you, I don't recall when the Arrow went on sale at all. I don't remember when it's like details were posted for concept. I don't remember any of that.
Yeah, and nobody else.
So I can't
probably
disagree with them, you know. I just can't imagine. I mean,
I was
they
like,
make an
so why did
Aurora
you-
with 2 shields, but they make a fighter plane. A fighter. A dedicated fighter. With 1 shield? Okay. Okay, whatever.
Yeah, and I get, maybe they wanted other components, but yeah, that wouldn't be something you'd sacrifice, right? I'd sacrifice the landing gear before I'd sacrifice a shield, right?
I'm on board with that. Yep, I'm on board with that. I don't even need a cockpit. I don't even need a glass dome. Just leave my shield there. I'll just fly around my head poking out with you watching.
Yeah, exactly. Anything with the shields and guns. Those are the 2 things you wouldn't get rid of.
Well, they sure good, Arrow.
I'm not too bothered about the Arrow in particular. What bothers me is the fact that they did that. Because now, you know what? That just means they can do any damn thing they want to any ship. What they can do now, they can take my 600 eyes and give my 600 eyes all size 1 components if they want to. And there's not a damn thing I'm going to be able to do about it. They won't give me a refund or anything. There's a reason I bought those ships.
Well, that definitely made a difference, just having the upgraded power plant and coolers.
Awesome.
That definitely keeps the guns from overheating, because I tried this one time when you first told me that, but I didn't have upgraded components, and it just kept overheating.
Okay. What'd you put, like EcoFlows or Endos on it? Or coolers?
On this one, I don't remember. Endos on the little one, yeah.
Yep.
Yep, Endos, Starheart, and Palisades. And of course the Foxfire.
That's a lot of shield HP, dude, with 2 Palisades. I'm about to look that up, dude. You're going to have like damn near Freelancer, a stock Freelancer level of shield HP with those 2 shields. That's crazy.
I can't even say what they come. Well, yeah, I can. Or
the only crappy thing about those Palisades is they have that the damage regen delay. So if somebody shoots you and taps you, your shields don't regen for 5-6 seconds. and that gets annoying for me personally.
I guess it came with bulwark.
Okay.
Okay, well these are grade A industrial, and the bulwarks are grade C industrial. So I'm guessing that the bulwarks probably have a similar delay anyway.
I gotta go buy. I'll be right back.
Coppers, let's go this way. Yeah, I may have to try that. I didn't even think about that, overclocking the power plants. See, these guys know how to get around all this stuff. I usually just use all default stuff without upgrades. You don't really need them for this stuff, you know, for AI, but I'm gonna try to go back to the U.S. region. I jumped over here because of the, Alright, Fish Eyes, appreciate you hanging out. Have a wonderful evening and a great weekend. Yeah, I'm just goofing around with components and stuff. I finally got these two ships. I still have a bunch of ships that I could upgrade, but they're expensive. Oh, nice. You have a wonderful night and have a great weekend. It's getting late. I'm probably not going to be on too much longer. You're probably not going to miss much on me. Not that I'm too exciting anyway. Boy, being able to wake up in the ship really is just so cool.
At least they got it working. Where's your Parker at?
Middle of nowhere.
Yeah.
Fusion's tested it at an R&R, literally like on top of an R&R, and I've tested it at an outpost on a planet, and it worked. And you can basically anywhere but maybe Port Ollie or inside of an armistice, you're probably all right.
Yeah.
I'm back. What I miss?
Welcome back. Nothing here. I just relogged actually into your server for the heck of it.
I thought I joined you earlier.
Oh, did you? Well, then I joined back. I just relogged.
Oh, okay. Yeah, when I joined you earlier, you had 33 on.
Well, it was 27 when I joined, so.
I mean, so far, I don't see any bad effects going on. So, I'll just roll with it. Somebody's over here close to me.
Well, let's see.
Yeah, I got a Connie Aquila just showed up where I am. Turn my stream on, too.
Are you hunting bounties, or what you doing?
I'm making a little bit of money. I'm doing some hauling. I'm hauling some astatine right now. I've been just doing some hauling while I was watching that podcast. Something nice and, you know, low key. But now that I've got that podcast stopped, so I'm ready to take a big bite out of something, whatever it is.
Yeah, whatever you can get into.
Just whatever, yeah. I'm ready to do something more involved now. I gotta go sell this load, and then I'll be done hauling for now.
I'm back up to 35. I was down to 3,000 credits earlier after I bought those last components for the Aurora.
Daggum. Those coolers, man, they're proud of them, aren't they?
Yeah, the coolers and the power plants. Those are the two biggies. I'm going to have to remember to steal those sometime soon. You know, re-equip it back to stock or whatever, so I can hopefully hold on to those components after the FreeFly. I've got quite a bit. 200 plus K, I think. I forget what I did the math once. I know it's more than the ship, you know, the cheap ship is worth. I remember telling you that, like, the ship's 125 and it was either 200 or 300 to upgrade it.
I got you.
I think it was 200K to upgrade it, not counting the guns.
Right, okay. Alright, let's get out of here. We're gonna go sell this. I don't want to be broke. Sell this and then I'll be good to go for whatever. I may go buy an Aurora in game. How much Aurora's cost?
124 and some change. 125.
Yeah, okay, 125K. It's all good.
Yeah.
When I sell this, I should have somewhere around 350. I hope so, anyway.
Do you have some other ship with size 1 guns? Oh well, you have an Aurora loaner. You never did get the.
Yeah, that's a good point. I do have that. I think it's still there. I used to have an MR on my list. I think it's still there. I don't know. I have to look.
You can go apply the code and get one loaner. I mean, you're gonna need one to swap guns out. Remember how I tried to just unequip them and that didn't work.
Yeah, okay, I got that. I forgot about that.
I had to actually steal them and mount them somewhere to replicate them.
And maybe I don't do the Aurora then, I don't know. I'll look into it. Primary objective, I think I gotta sell this, so I'm not broke. Positive news though, the Pro Tem is now working as it should for my account. So the reset fixed it.
And it saved this time. Cool.
Yep.
That's a good deal.
Yep. So good. I don't have the Pro Tem every single time I log in now, and I do have player bounties, so it's all good.
That's always a positive thing.
Absolutely. say that's gotten me really close to the planet. I'm glad it didn't crash me.
It's always scary when you go through the atmosphere on
Ooh, I feel like it just gave me a buzz cut. Really do. All my money's in this ship right now, too.
Cross your fingers. Knock on wood. Get a horseshoe.
Now the last obstacle is landing at Lorville without spontaneously blowing up. It brought me in right over the big building, so that's a little bit dangerous right there.
Yeah,
I'm gonna give it a wide berth. Yeah,
that's what I do now.
I gotta stay plenty high over this daggum thing. Oh, Wolf, what's up with you, man? What'd you do all day today?
Yeah, a little bit of this, a little bit of that.
Okay.
Messed around with picking up and breaking down some cardboard boxes from purchases I made. I recycle that in plastic bottles.
You recycle cardboard?
Yeah.
Does that come out to, like, do you just do that as a good Samaritan, or do you actually make a little bit of change off that?
No, I just do it. Take it up to, there's a recycle bin up in New Washington town above me here a little bit. And I just take it up there just so they can use it to make more paper.
Well, alright then.
Save on a few of the trees.
No, I mean, you stack it up on a trailer and haul it over there, or what?
No, I don't let it get that big. I usually let it enough of it where I can stick it in the back of my extended cab truck.
Okay.
And then take it up there and drop it off.
Awesome. Breaking down boxes kind of sucks.
Yeah, it does, but that's why I was doing it today, because I've got enough boxes. Over the last 2 months, it's time to do it. I mean, I don't buy stuff every day, but I usually let that and the plastic bottles gather up a bit, and then I bag them up and take them up there and drop them off. And I worked on my controller a little bit.
Your Xbox controller?
Yeah, getting it where on foot and Star Citizen I could do things with it on foot. Strictly on foot stuff, I eliminated all the profile I got set up for it is strictly turrets or foot or ground vehicles. It has nothing to do with flight. And let's see, went uptown, got a few groceries and washed a few streams and took out the garbage. Buttoned up the outside of the house. Did do that for the winter time, closed off the vents and stuff.
Buttoned up the outside of the house. What do you mean?
The foundation part. You know where your vents are?
Like oh yeah, you're talking about like well, when you say no. What I'm thinking about is putting covers over the faucets, but that's not what you're talking about.
Well,
you're
no,
talking about something else.
One of them I did. One faucet I did. Yeah. It's similar to that, but if you have a crawl space, if you got a basement, you don't.
I don't have a basement, but I do have a crawl space.
Well, if you got a crawl space, there should be 2 or 3 places out in your foundation. Was it block or concrete? Do you know?
My crawl space?
Yeah, that holds your house up.
It's block.
The outer edge of it.
Block.
Block? Yeah.
I think it is. Yeah, I'm pretty sure.
Should be probably like 2 vents on each end of the house, so airflow can get through there.
Mm-hmm.
And in the wintertime, you don't have to worry about it because it's so cold and stuff. There's no moisture to mount anything that anything can grow in the winter. What you can do is you'll either have two types of vents, either open vents or vents with closures. And you can go out there and you can flip them closures closed and keep cold air from getting underneath your house during the wintertime.
Remember we were talking about the ventilations in attics and stuff?
Yeah.
It's exactly the same thing, only for underfloor.
That's not something I've ever done. Maybe that's something I should look into. I've never done that here. Never once.
When it gets good and cold, you shut them dudes off. If they got the little shutters on them, it can hold back some of the cold coming in under your house. Now this one,
that can be bad.
All open. So what I got to do is I put a 1-inch thick styrofoam block I cut out for each of them, and I put it over the front of it, and then I set a little concrete block or a little brick or something in front of that to keep it from blowing away.
Yeah, you just kind of brace it in position.
Just block it off and then brace the styrofoam, but the styrofoam's made to prevent cold air from getting in under the house during the wintertime.
Right.
I don't have shutters on mine. It's real old.
Interesting. I'll have to consider that. I've never considered that before. It's definitely interesting. This is the first and only house I've ever had that had a crawl space. My first house was a slab house. It was just built on a big old concrete slab, but this one has a crawl space, and like I said, first and only house I've ever had that has a crawl space. So I don't know. Maybe I should do that.
It's not.
You don't have to.
Save you a little bit. I mean, not a lot, but more than that. I don't know how old your house is. Nowadays, they insulate, or some of them even heat the floors. But a lot of the floors have insulation under them.
My crawl space is insulated. I've been under there before, and it's got insulation stapled to the floorboard. I mean, or to the whatever, not floorboard, but the top of it.
Right.
Yeah.
Well, what you can do is, if them vents do have the little trap doors that you can shut, once you do that, whatever heat builds up inside of there, most of it will stay there. It won't dissipate with that wintertime air blowing through there. And like Ryder said, it'll help on your bill, electric bill, or your heating bill anyway.
Okay.
It's not a ton. You're not going to save $100, but you'll save, I'm guessing, probably depending on the size of the house, maybe $10 or so a month.
My house is pretty much 4K square feet. So
you might say
I would almost bet that if you have insulation under the joists like you should, I mean, it kind of resembles what trailers have under them, right? I mean, they got.
No, I mean, I've been there. I've been under it, and I've seen it. I know it's there.
Right.
I know it's there.
If you've got that, then you also have the louvered vents. So I'd bet money all you got to do is walk around and flip, and it's just like a louvered vent in your, a wall vent for your heater. It's just got a little slide thing on one side that'll allow you to open or close that louver.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'd almost bet you've got the louvered closable vents if they have insulation.
I'll have to look into that. Okay. Never even heard of this, but I will look into it.
Just keeps the cold air from flowing under your floor,
Sounds reasonable to me.
I mean, before they started insulating, it was, I won't say critical, but it could be really, important. And not just for saving a little bit of money, which you do that, but it would also keep your floors from having real bad cold spots. Your feet hit the floor and your floor is just freezing cold. Yeah, it's because your vents are open.
Yeah. You can definitely tell when you're walking around on the bottom level of my house in the winter. If you're barefoot, Whew.
Yeah. Well, that's
You
why
know,
it's a cold air.
it'll make
thing
you
going
hop and
through
skip
that vent.
around.
Well, that'll
Yeah.
help a little bit. You know, that'll get the cold air out from under your floor a little bit. So yeah, that'll help. And like I say, I'd almost bet that you have the closable vents on them. That's become a standard before they started insulating the floors.
Please proceed to assigned landing bay.
Landing gear down.
These big old golden statues of whoever Hurston this is are pretty damn epic. They really are. I mean, that's epic as hell right there.
That's supposed to be
having
the old man himself, ain't it? The old
I think
great granddad or granddad that founded that damn company.
I think so, and you know, more power to him. You know, he created a hell of a dynasty for those people. So good for him. Look at those mutton chops. Are you watching my stream? Look at those mutton chops.
I'm watching Riders right now.
Yeah. Well, Ryder's a better entertainer than I am.
I was telling
haven't
Ryder
been doing
earlier.
anything today. Just gave it a off.
Oh, I just sold that load. I went from 264 to 323. 264K to 323K on that one sell. And part of me wants to do another trip. Part of me just wants to go shoot something. I don't know. Maybe I do another trip. Probably do another trip. If the server crashes, I blame Ryder.
Just so you know, we're probably on Aussie servers if you loaded on me, and then I loaded back in
That's a
on
good
you.
point. That's a
So
good point. Yeah, I'm looking up there. I'm at like 255 ping here.
Okay, yeah, because I jumped to Aussie because the missions weren't working.
I mean, as long as it works, I don't care. I just ran one trip with it and it worked fine.
Yeah. Keep pushing that envelope.
I'll do it one more time. One
There
more
we
time
go.
and then I'm done. One more time.
Okay,
Famous
I'm
last
not
words,
saying
right?
anything.
All right, the betting pool is open. Will he make it without a crash the second round or not?
Oh my God, don't say that. It made me clench up.
Alright,
I say, given the fact this may prove my
I'm
theory,
gonna go ahead and
I say, given
call
the
it
fact
an
that you
evening
haven't
on
got
the
close to
stream.
400,000 yet, I say you're going
It's
to
getting kind of late, and
You say I'm good?
Yeah, I think the algorithm is in your favor.
So 400K and above, it starts when it gets like shady.
No, when it gets to the point where you're making, like you guys was making the other night, you was making like 400,000 that first round.
Yeah.
And then you tried it again and everything worked all the heck.
Yep.
My thinking is if you make somewhere around 200,000 to 400,000 pretty quick, speed wise, because you got several people working together or whatever.
I'm gonna throw you over here to
Okay.
Mugens. He's also
I'm
streaming.
not sure, but I think there may be an algorithm back there to slow that down.
Appreciate it.
I mean, that could
Had
entirely
fun.
be a thing. It could be for sure.
Might be on tomorrow.
I don't know.
But I don't know. My old lady's not feeling great. So
But if that
we'll
is
see.
the case, you got
Have
some
a
cushion in
wonderful
there, what I'm
weekend.
saying in
We'll
this
see you soon.
particular instance.
Let's see. What am I at here? I'm at 323. I should hit 400K after this next sell. Should. I don't know. It's still a little bit unpredictable, but I think I will.